guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. Georgia's Bureau of Investigation has confirmed the death of 4 people in a shooting at Appalachia High School in the U.S. state. Another 9 have been taken to hospital. The suspect, a 14-year-old male, is in custody. Our U.S. correspondent Tony Waterman has more.
Georgia officials have not released any details on the deceased or the extent of the injuries suffered by those taken to the hospital. They did confirm that the suspect in custody is alive, refuting reports that the person was killed. Law enforcement responded to reports of an active shooter at Appalachia High School Wednesday morning, and video showed a large police presence with multiple ambulances at the school, which is about an hour's drive outside of Atlanta. Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith says they are in the process of reuniting students with their parents.
A pair of new polls show a tightening race in the U.S. presidential election. With just over 60 days to go until November the 5th, Pennsylvania and Georgia are looking like the major toss-up states which could decide who wins the White House. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The latest poll from CNN shows Donald Trump has the advantage over Kamala Harris in Arizona, while she leads in Michigan and Wisconsin. Georgia, Pennsylvania and Nevada, though, remain up for grabs, with around 15% of voters in each of the battleground states saying they've not yet made up their mind. Meanwhile, an NBC poll among Gen Z voters shows more support for Democrats, but not to the same level as seen in 2020.
A 6-year inquiry into a London tower block fire that killed 72 people has concluded that, quote, all deaths were avoidable, with the government, fire service and dishonest companies to blame. Stuart Smith reports from outside the hearing in central London.
The government ignored, delayed or disregarded safety matters and was well aware of the dangers of the exterior cladding, which allowed the fire to spread up the side of the building from one apartment to the rest of the tower block. The report found insulation firms engaged in systemic dishonesty around the testing process, misleading the market and concealing the dangers posed by the flammable material. The local council was criticised for a persistent indifference to fire safety and the London Fire Brigade for lacking a strategy to evacuate such a building, with the unfounded assumption that such a fire could not happen, which resulted in emergency call handlers advising people to remain inside. A representative of Grenfell United, which campaigns for justice for the victims and families, says prosecutors now need to deliver justice. The police will take 12 to 18 months to conduct its own criminal investigation based on the evidence of this report.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, with more today on the British government's decision to ban some arms shipments to Israel after the Foreign Office concluded they could be used by the Israel Defence Force in a breach of international law. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu described the decision as shameful, but it comes at a time when several governments are under continuing pressure over arms supplies to Israel. Britain's Foreign Secretary announced on Monday that around 8% of UK shipments will now be suspended, but that's not enough, according to Liam Doherty from the International Centre of Justice for Palestinians.
If you read the assessment of international humanitarian law, which the government has published, they state at the end that it has not been possible to reach a determinative judgment on allegations regarding Israel's conduct of hostilities. Frankly, I don't buy that. The evidence is clear as day. Only today it was confirmed by a Danish NGO. We have the first confirmed use of an F-35 fighter jet in a confirmed war crime in Gaza, the July bombing of the Al-Mawazi refugee camp. The evidence has been clear for months that F-35s and other UK-made components are being used for crimes against humanity, war crimes. So frankly, I do not buy that David Lammy has been unable to conclude anything regarding Israel's conduct of hostilities.
But defenders of the Israeli government reject those claims and insist any shortfall in weapons shipments will leave the country more open to attack from the north by Hezbollah and Iran's other proxies. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. Georgia's Bureau of Investigation has confirmed the death of 4 people in a shooting at Appalachia High School in the US state. A pair of new polls shows a tightening race in the US presidential election. And a 6-year inquiry into a London tower block fire that killed 72 people has concluded that all deaths were avoidable. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying
All righty, seems like with the blink of an eye, another day has passed us by, right? So here we are, closing out a hump day, Thursday, 5th day of September. We got it coming on as we've officially crossed over the midnight hour on the East Coast. We'll do the same from time zone to time zone, from one coast to the other, as we kick off another edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, hunkered down in our secret bunker. Southwest Ohio, a comfortable night. Mostly clear, 66 degrees. We've warmed up a little bit over the last couple of days, a trend that should be continuing as we head toward the weekend. Well, it is another rainy night in the South for several days. Well, going back actually through the past weekend. The same tropical rainstorm that brought heavy rains to much of Texas continues to slowly drift eastward across the Gulf Coast region, and all along the way bringing enough rain to trigger some localized flooding and travel delays. By the weekend, the tropical rainstorm will be reaching the Atlantic coast. Of course, we know over the holiday weekend we had 2 to 8 inches of rain that poured down in portions of central Texas and part of the Texas coast. As of this past morning, the center of that broad area of low pressure had relocated right along the southern Texas coast. Forecasters are referring to this as a tropical rainstorm. They're trying to raise awareness of its likelihood of triggering flooding problems and its potential to perhaps evolve a bit further into a tropical depression or maybe even a named tropical storm. Regardless of that, the tropical rainstorm is going to continue to bring torrential rain eastward as it creeps along, generally 2 to 4 inches, with localized rainfall amounts up to 8 inches. Travelers along the Interstate 10 corridor, stretching from eastern Texas all the way to Florida, need to be prepared for heavy downpours, reduced visibility, ponding of water on stretches of the highway, showers and thunderstorms lingering over central Texas, gradually diminishing tonight. But some localized flash flooding could still occur by later in the day today, Thursday. The focus of the downpours moves along the central Gulf Coast, especially from Louisiana to the Florida Panhandle. Still, some locally heavy rain may extend inland to near the Interstate 20 corridor. Part of this area has been pretty dry as of late. There are pockets of severe and extreme drought conditions in recent days. Between Friday and Saturday, that heavy rain zone will begin to focus on northern portions of Florida, southern portions of Alabama and Georgia, and on into South Carolina, the coastal areas. Now, should a consolidated area of low pressure develop, possibly even a tropical depression, then we'll be talking gusty winds and severe thunderstorms accompanying the rain in many cases. As I kind of zoom in, we still have some pretty decent rain on the easternmost portions of Texas, from about Livingston, Texas, down toward just north of the Woodlands. The heaviest rains are now focused on Louisiana. Much of central Louisiana seeing those pockets of torrential rains. You get down along the Gulf Coast, and we can see the circulation around that low pressure that's going to be streaming rains in to southern portions of Louisiana as we head into our Thursday. It is raining from just north of New Orleans to Baton Rouge. The heaviest rains from about Alexandria to Natchitoches in Louisiana there. Everything continues to slowly creep off to the east. Again, off the coast, we can see some of those heavier rains that will begin pushing into southern portions of Alabama, the western Florida Panhandle through the overnight hours tonight. So that'll be slowing things down. As we look ahead, there had been some concerns about this maybe being a massive coastal storm coming up this weekend, potentially flooding the northeastern portions of the country, looks like the concerns are beginning to diminish. According to AccuWeather, there is indeed some rain coming. It shouldn't take up a huge part of the weekend. It'll be kind of fragmented and likely to depart rather quickly. The tropical rainstorm bringing the downpours and the flooding across the Gulf Coast on into the end of the week is more likely to swing offshore the Carolinas rather than make that turn and run northward into the mid-Atlantic and much of New England. Sounds like the heavier rains are now expected to maybe stay a bit further offshore. Yeah, the southern tropical rainstorm will remain separate from a cool front and the big jet stream dip that's headed for the northeast this weekend. Rather than a weekend washout, people across the northeast will likely see some spotty showers and a few pockets of steadier rain. The bulk of the rain falling during the first part of the weekend for the central Appalachians and much of the mid-Atlantic, then mainly during Sunday on up into the New England area. So, as typically the case is with weather, things will change from day to day. In the last couple of nights, they've been talking about potentially a washout of a weekend, possible cancellations of baseball, high school football, and NFL action coming up this weekend. Those concerns, again, are diminishing now. So that's good news. Hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from Philadelphia. Prayers for the Georgia high school. Why are these shooters always on the FBI watch list and not stopped? Good question. We do have updated information. There was a press conference held just a matter of hours ago in the darkness there in Georgia, the final update of the evening. Schools will be closed for the rest of the week there. A 14-year-old shooter, ultimately 4 dead, 9 others wounded, 2 fatalities, teachers, 2 others were other students. Again, we'll have all the very latest details, what we have available at this point in time coming up. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It is the midnight hour with the overnight drive and your host, Mr. Summers, about to hammer down. 844-844-3388. Those are the digits to hit to have your thoughts transmitted over the frequency waves from the Hotshot Secret Hidden Bunker. Don't be a scarecrow. Dial us up. Be a part of the show. 67 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It's a beautiful night to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Crank up that volume. Or you can be like Big Ed. If you can't find them, grind them. Good afternoon. Larry's on board. Hammer down. Be safe. 59 in Hillside, New York. Round number 2 to Schenectady is underway. Shorty, again, I-95 southbound in Brunswick, Georgia. Orlando, turnaround number 2, 78 degrees on this Wednesday evening into a Thursday morning. Hello to Truck and Troy. Troy Link, good morning, Steve. Haven't checked in a while. Just wanted to say hello from Homer, Michigan. Hope everybody has a good day. Rubber Duck says, yippee, I stayed awake. Oh, wait till this call. Yeah, home, of course. Underachieving is actually an art form. Okay, Rubber Duck, it's been a while since we've heard your voice. What's going on?
How you doing, Steve-O?
Doing well.
You outside.
No complaints on my end. How's the freight been? Anybody buying cars?
Nope.
Nope.
Home for day 2. Home for got all my lights fixed on the trailer. By the way, that's a awesome wiring routing design our trailer manufacturer has, with that nice little 1-inch hole with 2 inches of wire and 4 inches of butt connectors coming through it. But we got it. First of all, our prayers for everybody in Georgia and those children. And I'm not trying to be a smart aleck. How do you get on an FBI watch list at 14 years old?
That is a good question.
Seriously, I mean, I have a almost 13-year-old in there laying down right now, granddaughter. And, yeah, she's on the computer a lot, with school. because they actually bring a laptop home now from school to
Yep.
do their work.
Yep.
And then they have to turn it back in and everything. So, yes, we know with the data centers and the algorithms and all of this, but it just doesn't make sense, and I'm sad. So let's go to a more positive note. You know, we're 0-1. We got beat Sunday, but we didn't get shut out. We were able to score a touchdown. But these 8-year-olds that I'm coaching, they test my patience more than a bunch of white Volvo automatic driving flip-flop wearing container haulers out of Chicago. I swear to God, I lost the whole night tonight. Not just me and the other coaches, and we had our coach quit on us. So our team was going to be disbanded, and so we just kind of came together as three fathers. Well, two fathers and a grandfather, because I'm the grandpa. I'm not the dad of an 8-year-old. And we took over the team, and we're trying to help them. And they did decent on Sunday. They held them for 3 quarters. They held them to just 1 touchdown, and then all the gas ran out from the conditioning and the lackadaisical. We're going to play tap each other on the butt type thing. So the last couple of nights, Coach Jeff has had to be the drill sergeant. I'm blowing the whistle and getting them not to talk and just trying to get them to get disciplined. And we have our second game coming Sunday. We have not set them and ran plays yet because they just can't even get tackling. I don't want to hurt my friend. That's what the one boy is, a beast. He's a big boy. I don't want to hurt him because I'm bigger than him. He has shoulder pads and a helmet on. You're not going to hurt him. I said, how about you do me a favor? If you hit him at half speed, can you turn a switch on Sunday when it's somebody in a different color jersey? I think so. But, man, these kids, I'm telling you, Steve, in all my years of trucking and all the bosses I've had, I've never had a man that has made sure that I'm home to do this with them, because he was able to do it with his son, because he wasn't trucking when his son was growing up. So he understands what I missed with my 4 kids growing up when I trucked. So he tries to give it back a little bit at a time. And I can't thank Jack enough. And he was right in that shop with me, helping me do everything. Actually, he did the majority of the wiring work. I did the airline fix, and I got it all done in one day. You can't get this done at Peterbilt. I got a window motor replaced because my power window stopped working yesterday. That's why I couldn't call anybody back, because the window was stuck down. But it was a beautiful day for the air to just be blowing through and turn the air conditioner off. And I got my driver's side door lock handle replaced. And we got the wiring job done all in one day without having to drop the truck off, watch you drive by it, driving the boss's truck as it's sitting at the front row of Peterbilt for 2 weeks, and then it might get to the back to get some warranty work done on it. So that's why I'm not getting rid of my 2017, and actually I wish I still had my 96, but we know that'd be an old girl right now. But
right.
For this man just, he makes sure that I get the first load. I get the best paying load. He takes the ugliest load if there's 2 loads. And then he gets in there and he works, makes sure that we get these things fixed. I mean, we're not the greatest mechanics in the world, but once we get it fixed, it still passes a DOT inspection, so we must be doing something right.
Right.
But so the other night we had the conversation about the NASCAR playoffs. Wasn't the old rule you had to be in the top 20 in points and get a win? to get in the chase. Maybe that's what they need to go back. But if you don't let your guys that are in 29th, 30th, 34th place that win a race into the chase, you might not get a championship like you got with Tony Stewart.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we remember, he said, we suck, we don't belong in the chase. And then he proceeded to motivate his team and go on and in just kill mode win the championship. I mean, for lack of better words, that's what he did.
It all depends on, I mean, some teams in any sport, you'll have a hot streak, and if you can get hot, going into the playoffs, you definitely, I mean, you never know. We'll see which of these teams really gets hot in the coming weeks.
So what are you thinking? Who are you thinking for a pick? What are you looking at? You look at who's lined up. Who do you think can keep it together?
I like Kyle Larson, quite honestly. He's very consistent. He's got that old Dale Senior mentality. Consistency, he always said.
He can drive anything he gets into.
Yes.
I think we could put him in a Swift truck, and he could find a way to beat our world champion bull hauler Lauren Weiss to the delivery point. I think we could put him in a 57 mile an hour or whatever they're governed that truck. They sure go faster in the construction zones. Of course, a lot of you big mega carrier guys, you guys have the fastest things I've ever seen in a construction zone. But as soon as it comes 70 mile an hour speed limit, where'd y'all go? Truck stop to get a biscuit and some gravy or something? I don't know. They just all disappear.
Yep.
And me at my little 4.9 miles per gallon, I just kind of set it right at about 68, right along and wave at everybody. But it's a beautiful night out, not a cloud in the sky. I've noticed what I've thought of at about 3 in the morning, because now the stars aren't there tonight. I've been seeing a planet in between, I thought, what was one of the dippers and 4 other stars. And it's just a beautiful thing to come out and look at when the body says, I need to get up and move around a little bit. Sucks getting old, doesn't it, brother?
It does, yeah. I know the planet you're talking about. I don't know which one that is. I know in the morning sky, a few hours before the sun comes up, we've still got, we've got Jupiter. What do we got? Jupiter, Mars, and I think, I can't recall if it was Mercury or Saturn over there, but toward the east, I'll have to do a little double checking. Who we got out west? Maybe Venus? It's 25 past the hour. It is 844-844-3388. Eskimo Mom had forwarded to me, here's just a few hours ago. I was looking at, as we speak, to see if we can get an update. I would presume Interstate 75 in Ohio have reopened by now, but it was a mess of a day and into the evening. This update was from about 9 o'clock here just a few hours ago, and it was still shut down at that point in time. It was all northbound lanes of I-75 in Shelby County. The update was 1 fatality, a crash involving 3 semi-trucks this past afternoon. Starting about 3:10, Highway Patrol troopers were called to a crash near the Botkins Road exit. An initial investigation found that a 2015 International tractor-trailer driven by 27-year-old Jaquan Simon from Huber Heights, Ohio, was traveling northbound when he was hit from behind by a 2020 Freightliner driven by 65-year-old Jeffrey Sherrick of Lima, Ohio. The Freightliner was then hit from behind by a 2023 Volvo driven by 43-year-old Laurie Chetruska of Strongsville. According to the Highway Patrol, the International coming to a rest along the right shoulder of the interstate. The Freightliner became disabled in the roadway. The trailer caught on fire. The Volvo's cab and trailer also caught fire. Chetruska was the one that perished from their injuries. Sherrick was taken to the hospital. Minor injuries. Simon was not injured. But again, as of about 9 p.m. here, several hours ago, the all northbound lanes were still shut down at that point in time as the State Highway Patrol investigation was continuing. So again, maybe I can find an update. Again, I would presume it should be back up and running by now after all that time. But what a mess that was this past afternoon. Prayers for the family. There's another driver, not making it home from their deliveries this past day. Eskimo Mom, howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Friday Eve. Got the usual run, but Dayton and Cincinnati have been full of traffic delays due to that accident north of downtown Dayton, the vehicle fire south of downtown. Plus, we've got some paving just before the Brent Spence Bridge there in Cincinnati. Sent you the story about the fatality accident in my home county that shut down 75 for hours this past day. I don't know if it's just me, but it seems like there's quite a bit more traffic than usual out here tonight. So, drivers, please pack your patience. We're clear, 73 degrees rolling Interstate 71 in Kentucky at this hour. All right, Jerry checks in quickly here. Good morning, everybody. Be safe and have a great night. 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of our other listening friends coming up here. Send your heatwave checks in right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. Georgia's Bureau of Investigation has confirmed the death of 4 people in a shooting at Appalachia High School in the U.S. state. Another 9 have been taken to hospital. The suspect, a 14-year-old male, is in custody. Our U.S. correspondent Tony Waterman has more.
Georgia officials have not released any details on the deceased or the extent of the injuries suffered by those taken to the hospital. They did confirm that the suspect in custody is alive, refuting reports that the person was killed. Law enforcement responded to reports of an active shooter at Appalachia High School Wednesday morning, and video showed a large police presence with multiple ambulances at the school, which is about an hour's drive outside of Atlanta. Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith says they are in the process of reuniting students with their parents.
A pair of new polls show a tightening race in the U.S. presidential election. With just over 60 days to go until November the 5th, Pennsylvania and Georgia are looking like the major toss-up states which could decide who wins the White House. Nick Harper reports from Washington.
The latest poll from CNN shows Donald Trump has the advantage over Kamala Harris in Arizona, while she leads in Michigan and Wisconsin. Georgia, Pennsylvania and Nevada, though, remain up for grabs, with around 15% of voters in each of the battleground states saying they've not yet made up their mind. Meanwhile, an NBC poll among Gen Z voters shows more support for Democrats, but not to the same level as seen in 2020.
A 6-year inquiry into a London tower block fire that killed 72 people has concluded that, quote, all deaths were avoidable, with the government, fire service and dishonest companies to blame. Stuart Smith reports from outside the hearing in central London.
The government ignored, delayed or disregarded safety matters and was well aware of the dangers of the exterior cladding, which allowed the fire to spread up the side of the building from one apartment to the rest of the tower block. The report found insulation firms engaged in systemic dishonesty around the testing process, misleading the market and concealing the dangers posed by the flammable material. The local council was criticised for a persistent indifference to fire safety and the London Fire Brigade for lacking a strategy to evacuate such a building, with the unfounded assumption that such a fire could not happen, which resulted in emergency call handlers advising people to remain inside. A representative of Grenfell United, which campaigns for justice for the victims and families, says prosecutors now need to deliver justice. The police will take 12 to 18 months to conduct its own criminal investigation based on the evidence of this report.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
All right, hope your week's going well. Yeah, Thursday already. Weekend is on the horizon, believe it or not. Yes, indeed. Hello, Brain Dead. Happy Thursday. Great to have a night off. Cloudy, a little rain in the area. 74 degrees at the Memphis International Airport. Things this week have been crazy and aggravating as well. Oh, and please tell that dingbat person, or ask, how's a possum and a gator football alike? Well, they get killed at home and dead on the road. I'll check in later this morning. Yeah, it was not a good start of the season for those Florida Gators, was it? All right, let's get to Senor Heatwave, who's, I do believe, out there actually playing in the Heat Wave. Your name is being taken in vain.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Good morning, Senor. Oh, yeah. Hell, about 5 o'clock Pacific time, when I stepped out of my motel room and got into the tractor, the gauge was reading 120. And a couple hours later, as I'm driving through Tucson, it was still at 95. Right now I'm getting closer to the east, and it's starting to cool off somewhat. It's still 89, but damn. All I know is at 5 a.m. yesterday morning when I got in, it was still 90 degrees. But the funny thing is, I don't know why, but it felt cool to me. So I don't know. Oh, what's going on? How is it that the Harris whatever hell, Tampon Tim.
Walls, yeah.
Walls, yeah. Well, did you see his family all had T-shirts on saying they ain't supporting him, they're supporting Trump?
Saw that, yes.
Well, how is it that they can have Harris lie about what she's done in the past and think that it's the gospel truth? Is it the Democrat way to lie excessively all the time until the lie becomes a truth to some people? Because it sure enough seems that's the way it's working. And then when Trump gets on there, they yell, "Oh, he's lying all the time."
That's the name of the game.
I guess so. And it's too bad you can't sue people for libel and what's the other one? I can't even think what the other one is. But one's where you just say it in public, and the other one's where you actually write it down. What the hell is that? Holy crap, somebody lost a flashlight on the interstate here. Good night. Sorry about that.
Live action.
And it was on. Yeah, and it was on, too. Bright. So, but anyways. Libel, and what is that other word that they
I don't
use?
know if you're looking for defamation or what. I'm not sure.
Well, yeah, it's one of them two damn things. Because one of them is when you put it on paper that they can sue you for, and the other one is where you just say it out loud to a group of people, and that's another offense. But yeah, I just, man, I tell you what, I cannot stand listening to either of those people. I'm just so looking forward to the debate next Tuesday. I may have to catch the repeat on whoever show it's going to be on Fox, but I hope that it winds up being where Trump actually takes her down and just be calm about doing so and let her hang herself with her own words. I mean, it's like one commentator said, why would she say she worked at McDonald's and didn't? Then it ought to be brought up. Well, if she's going to lie about the little things, what about the big things that are going to affect us all? So that's what needs to be asked.
I think in most cases it's when you want to be identifiable as I'm with you. I'm an everyday, just like you, everyday American. Yeah, grew up in poverty, worked my way through, and they want to be identifiable, relatable. For how many years that was Joe Biden's modus operandi, and how many times has he kind of fibbed, little white lies. I hate, he was a truck driver. He said that on multiple occasions. Nope. Every time the White House says, no, we cannot find anything where he ever actually drove a truck. But hello, Debbie. Good morning, Steve. 64 here in Indiana, going up to about 89 today. Hey, we're warming up, huh? Hope everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver, the Woodpecker. Wanted to give a shout out to a couple of other Walmart drivers, Larry and Bo. If they're listening in right now, have a terrific Thursday. Well, there you go. Larry Bo, hope you're on board. Thanks for listening in. Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 71 degrees. Got the delivery off Springfield, Missouri earlier this past day. Put the hammer down to get home to sleep in my own bed. Thoughts are with the people in the, is it Winder or Winder? Winder, Georgia, W-I-N-D-E, or Winder, Georgia. A little over an hour east of me. We'll be leaving out early Friday with my mom and sister, headed to southern Ohio for my cousin's visitation Friday, funeral on Saturday. I may try to get to the last part of my high school's football game Friday after the visitation. Not sure if that schedule's going to be allowed or not, but we're still in shock about this sudden passing. There will be many tears shed over this weekend, but we all will celebrate his life and the comfort, joy, and wisdom he brought to people with his ministry and how he led his life. I may not be able to listen in live tomorrow night because I got to get very up early Friday morning. But I'll catch it on the podcast. Have a great night, a better weekend. Drivers, be careful out there. And hello to Santa Claus on the left coast. Check it in this morning. Santa Claus out. All right, the 14-year-old, some of the latest, they held a press conference this past evening here, just a few short hours ago. The 14-year-old that killed four, according to authorities, sending students scrambling for shelter and eventually to the football stadium as officers swarmed the Kansas, parents racing to find out if their children were safe. The deceased identified as 2 students and 2 teachers at Appalachia High School in Winder. About an hour's drive from Atlanta, at least 9 others were taken to hospitals with injuries. The alleged shooter, identified by the Georgia Bureau of Investigation as a 14-year-old, and you know how often we say don't even want to use the individual's name. And I'll do that because the individual is still alive. He said to have killed 2 students and 2 teachers. He's being charged as an adult. Newsmax correspondent Carolyn Ryan, whose brother-in-law is a teacher, said he was in a class where the gunplay unfolded. She said the shooter looked her brother-in-law in the eye and didn't pull the trigger. He tried to build a barricade around a critically injured, likely fatally injured student in his classroom. He told her he wasn't sure if the gunman was male or female, suggesting he did not know the shooter. The words "hard lockdown" appearing on the screen of students. One, junior Layla Farrell's health class. Lights began flashing. She and her classmates piled desks and chairs in front of the door to create a barricade. A sophomore, Kaylee Abner, was in geometry class when she heard the gunshots. She and her classmates ducked behind her teacher's desk, and then the teacher began flipping the desk in an attempt to barricade the classroom door. A classmate beside her was praying, and she held his hand while they all waited for police. After students poured into the football stadium, Abner saw teachers who had taken off their shirts to help treat gunshot wounds. 2 school resource officers encountered the shooter within minutes of the report of shots fired going out. According to the GBI director, the suspect, a student at the school, immediately surrendered and was taken into custody, again being charged as an adult with murder. Authorities looking into how the suspect obtained the gun used in this shooting, how he got it into the school, about 50 miles northeast of Atlanta. It's a very active investigation, lots of interviews and crime scene work yet to be done. Barrow County's sheriff kind of choking up as he began to speak during the news conference, said he was born and raised in the community, and his kids are in the school system. My heart hurts for these kids. But I want to make it very clear, the hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today. This just the latest, and of course the school season really just getting underway around the country. First couple weeks of the new school year. Wednesday, sophomore football player Jacob King said he had dozed off in his world history class after a morning practice when he heard about 10 gunshots. Said he didn't believe the shooting was real until he heard an officer yelling at someone to put their gun down. When his class was let out, he saw officers shielding what appeared to be an injured student. Ashley Eno was home in the morning when she got a text from her brother, a senior at the school, stating, "Just so you know, I love you." When Erin Clark, 42, received a text from her son, who was a senior, saying there was an active shooter, she rushed from her job at the Amazon warehouse to the school. The 2 texted, "I love you." Clark said she was praying for him as she drove to the school. Can you imagine the panic as a parent? with the main road to the school block. She parked and ran with other parents. They were directed to the football field, and amid all the chaos, she found her son sitting on the bleachers. All right, it makes you kind of scared to go back to school. Traffic going to the school was backed up for more than a mile as parents tried to get to their children. Barrow County schools will be closed for the rest of this week. As they cooperate with the investigation, grief counseling will be available. It's another sad day. And it's outrageous in this country, the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will actually come home. In a message posted to social media, former President Trump said these cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick, deranged monster. Governor Brian Kemp issuing a statement, this is a day every parent dreads. Georgians everywhere will hug their children tighter this evening because of this painful event. Appalachia High School, about 1,900 students, according to records from the Georgia education officials. It actually became Barrow County's second largest public high school when it opened in 2000, named after the Appalachia River on the southern edge of Barrow County. All right, so that's a bit more of what we know this evening. It is 844-844-3388. Prayers for all those family members involved. A sad day in America. We'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are
At
sold.
Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As we turn the page on the calendar, 5th day of September already. Well, good morning, Horse Feathers.
Yeah, morning, Your Honor. So where to start for today? Should we start with some casualness? Let's take it on the easy side here. So maybe you can tap into your computer there real quick. The Chicago White Sox played the Baltimore Orioles tonight for the third game in their series. And I guess Baltimore was looking for I guess they were dragging the street sweepers out. I mean, I don't think they were just using brooms. I heard they were dragging the street sweepers out to chase chased the White Sox home. I don't know. Maybe you can check into that, see what the final results were of their final game in Baltimore. But when you do that, can you pull up their record? Because I believe that they might have a little bit worse record than the Reds do. It's a possibility that the Reds actually have a better...
Wait a minute. Yeah, the White Sox have won 32 games on the season. They have lost 109. They've won one game out of their last 10.
Oh, my.
They're bad. They're bad.
I thought I'd make you feel good for your Reds there tonight, right?
Thank you so much. The headline from USA Today says, worst team in Major League Baseball history, a 120 loss record is pretty much inevitable for the Chicago White. They're going to lose 126, possibly 126 games on the season.
Wow.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about teams that tried to win that many. Remember hearing about teams that tried to win that many games in a season. But
it's typically a good thing. You're doing well if you can hit 100 wins on a season. 100, not a
yeah.
That's absolutely.
Yeah, but anyways, so there's the casualness. Yeah, our local news there reported that deal there in Georgia down there at the school is the first mass casualty shooting of the school year.
Yes.
Isn't that a nice way to put it? I mean, can we come up with any more shock and awe? Let's follow the blood and gore. I mean, well, I don't know. It seems like they could have come up with a better way to say it than that. I mean, it's bad enough that the shooting happened at a school, but do we have to make it so dramatized, so much blood and gore? I mean, I don't know. Just seems like reporters and news people could come up with a better way to say something like that. So, anyways, but what else we got? I guess they came up with results for that fire over in England over there, that apartment building. Boy, what a disaster that was over there. I just caught a little bit of it, bits and pieces of it. I really hadn't even heard a lot about it before, and then that was on the news tonight. Anyways, I don't know what else. Now we heard last night on your news that there was a boat that sank between Britain and France crossing. I guess would that be the English Channel they were going across? That they capsized and broke up and sank. And now, is Britain having a problem with illegals coming in out of France? Is that what I was understanding from your newscast?
Yes. They're all dealing with illegals pouring into the country.
Okay, so I guess France lets them just waltz on through, kind of like Mexico does for us then, and then they can either swim across or take a bathtub or overload a boat. Apparently, what they did here. I don't know. So anyways, I don't know. What else can we come up with here for tonight? We got construction on the Capitol Beltway again. They're still working on paving, trying to finish that. We got it down to the two left lanes are open on the inner loop, which is southbound 95, 495. And so there's all kinds of signs out ahead of it. And with those two lanes being closed and me really not wanting to be on the cone side next to the construction, before we got to all the construction, I moved myself all the way over to the far left lane. Now, the road is posted at 55 miles an hour, and I've changed my mode of operation here. I'm actually driving up to 5 miles an hour over when all the alarms, bells, and whistles go off. So I run somewhere between 4 to 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, and then I wait for all the alerts and bells, whistles, and alarms and sirens and all that to happen in my truck because of being monitored. So anyways, I'm in the left lane in the construction zone doing 4 to 5 miles an hour over the posted speed limit, which is also the construction speed limit.
Right.
And I got one truck that passes me on the right, but he really can't go anywhere because there's traffic in front of us. So then the next truck that comes up at probably 10 to 15 miles an hour faster than me, overtaking me on the right, comes into the construction zone that way and starts flashing his high beams that I'm supposed to get out of his way. Needless to say, that didn't work very well with horse feathers. Horse feathers does not play well with others when they start that crap. So I don't know if you want to continue this story after the news.
So kind of going like
go a couple more minutes.
So you're talking like what? Probably going 15 over in the construction zone. Yeah, we got to pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. 2 students and 2 teachers have been killed in a school shooting in Georgia. State officials say they have a suspect in custody and he's only 14 years old. Tony Waterman has more.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. No motive has been disclosed. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
United Nations Security Council members have once again called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, with some countries insisting that the Council now needs to take a firmer stance to end the fighting. The Council convened another emergency meeting on Wednesday at the request of Israel after the bodies of 6 hostages killed in Gaza were recovered last weekend. Jody Jacobs is at the UN in New York.
It was another intense session of the UN Security Council. There were calls, some heated, in the Council chamber for an immediate ceasefire. Wednesday's meeting took place against a backdrop of ongoing negotiations between Israel and Hamas, facilitated by Egypt, Qatar and the US. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas Greenfield.
Diplomacy is not a matter of snapping our fingers and voila. It takes hard work. It takes effort. And unfortunately, it takes time. It has not failed.
The United Nations says it remains convinced that peace will only be achieved when Israel and a sovereign Palestinian state live side by side within secure and recognized borders.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says Beijing is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade as more than 50 leaders from the continent and the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attended this week's China-Africa Forum. African leaders secured major deals in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants, putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. And without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes, and what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. A 14-year-old is in custody in the US for killing 2 students and 2 teachers in a school shooting in Georgia. Pope Francis calls on Muslims and Christians to demand action on climate change from global leaders while visiting Southeast Asia's largest mosque in Jakarta. United Nations Security Council members make yet another appeal for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Here we go. We'll kick off hour number 2. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Thank you, Buckeye Boy. Winder, Georgia. Pronounced with a long I. Winder, Georgia. Hello, Steve. Shockwave checks in 66 degrees in southwest Missouri. Feeding the chickens here in the southwest corner of the state in my little red Peterbilt. It's the last day of my week. I'll be in my food wagon Friday morning, slinging some of the best barbecue in the 4-state area over the weekend. Okay. I'm ready for a sample. Pappy points out, for those looking at the planets out there, Saturn is due south right now at this moment in time. Hello to Roki. What's he say? Okay, yesterday the USDA designated 22 Ohio counties as natural disaster areas because of the state's drought, allowing farmers in those 22 counties and 18 neighboring counties to apply for emergency loans from the federal government. Yeah, that is 40 of Ohio's 88 counties. West Virginia actually had 20 counties declared, according to NBC News. All right, so yeah, it's dry. It's very, very dry. Wildfires, Northern California, hundreds evacuated as the heat wave continued this past day, threatening to make fire conditions worse. In the Midwest, a wildfire kept residents of South Dakota's second largest city on edge, ready to flee in a moment's notice if the flames moved dangerously close. The expanding blaze near the remote California mountain community of Sierra Brooks, uncontained, according to authorities. They have expanded evacuation orders for a total of more than 530 residents after strong winds pushed flames through the dry brush and timber about 50 miles north of Lake Tahoe. The Bear Fire, growing to more than 4.7 square miles, setting up a plume of smoke visible some 25 miles away in Reno, Nevada. Across California, red flag warnings for increased wildfire risk have been issued. The desert communities of Palm Springs, 29 Palms, Needles, and Barstow are all heating up, highs of up to 118 degrees. They're in Death Valley's Furnace Creek by the end of the week. Southern California, Santa Barbara County officials issuing a health alert due to the spiking temperatures in the inland areas there, urging residents stay indoors during the day, take other measures to avoid heat-related illness. Cooling centers have been set up across Los Angeles County. The wildfire news was a bit better in South Dakota. The battle to contain the first thunder fire got a boost this past day from cooler weather and lighter winds. Officials are optimistic homes in Rapid City will remain safe. Now, that fire first reported Monday just a few miles from Rapid City, which is a community of 80,000 residents near Black Hills National Forest. Mount Rushmore National Park, about 25 miles away, not far out of harm's way. That fire burning nearly 160 acres, fueled by uncommonly hot, dry weather on Tuesday. Rapid City was at 96 degrees on Tuesday. They'd normally be about 75 this time of year. Winds were gusting to 45 miles per hour. Late Tuesday evening, residents in the evacuation warning area were being told, pack your bags, gather vital belongings, be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. But by Wednesday morning, the temperature was far cooler, the winds had calmed, and the air was a bit more humid. Firefighters got a good handle on that blaze during the overnight hours into Wednesday morning. According to the update from the county sheriff's office, weather conditions look favorable. They said they're mopping up a large portion of the west side and hoping to have everything contained and under control here by today. They do not know the cause of that fire that burned across a steep, rocky area. No structural damage immediately reported there. But yes, those red flag warnings up through much of the west as we head into Thursday. So we're in the construction zone. We're rolling above the speed limit, and some drivers think that you need to get out of my way because they obviously the clock is ticking, the 14-hour clock is ticking. They got to be there regardless of the construction zone or not.
Yeah, so I guess we've kept the audience pins and needles on the edge of their seat in suspense. So before we continue on, just so everybody knows, if you go the other way on the Capitol Beltway, so like if you came down 270 from Frederick and you wanted to be on the west side to go down past 66 and get back down to 95 that way, they have 3 lanes closed over there on that side with 1 lane getting through with construction in Virginia. So don't think you can beat it by going on the other side. The east side is actually traveling through very freely right now through the 2 lanes. It's wide open, so don't hesitate to stay on the east side of Washington going around the Capitol Beltway. Yeah, so it was either that or else he had a big load of cocaine and he was late getting to a party or something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure. But yeah, not only is he driving probably at least 15 miles an hour over in the construction zone, but the construction zone speed limit is at 55 miles an hour, which is what the speed limit of the road is. So he's speeding on the road in the construction zone at 15 miles an hour above all the speed limits. And as I say, I usually ride along and I hold my position pretty well, but normally I don't make it pretty well known that I'm not going to let somebody do something alongside me. Or so anyways, he decided to come up, and we're getting into where all the construction equipment is, and he's got all the cones on his right side, and he's got his hood about where my passenger side door is. And since I'm in a day cab Peterbilt and my work lights are mounted up on the upper corners of my cab, and he's got high beams in my mirror, and there's nobody else to be beside me, I decide to reach down to the switch and turn on my work lights, which puts them directly in his windshield. So I don't know if that agitated him a little bit more or not. I really don't care, because if you remember, I don't have feelings and I don't care. So anyways, he decided to come up window to window with me and was waving his arms and everything, and I decided to not be able to hear him because, my train horns were open. We were just letting the train horns rip through the construction zone with the state troopers, with all the construction workers, with the whole paving crew, and we got down to about 60 pounds of air pressure and decided it was about time to close up the valve for the train horns, because at some point we were going to come to a stop if I didn't do that.
You're looking at, you talk about kicking off a road rage incident. In this day and age, how many times we talk about somebody pulling out a gun? You're lucky he didn't shoot you.
Well, I wanted people to be aware that this guy was coming up and pretty much running me off the road. And with what I'm pulling behind me, yeah, I want the whole world to turn their heads and look. And that's pretty much what I did through that construction zone, was made the whole world turn and look. So, no, as I say, most of the time I ride along pretty quiet and pretty easy, but, yeah, I don't play well with others when they do that. That just doesn't fly, especially in the construction zone, and I set myself up well in advance to be where I wanted to be and not have to have an issue. And this yin yang decided he had to think he could go twice the speed of everybody else through the construction zone for whatever reason that
he had to get there.
I was kind of surprised he didn't just run over all the cones and try to use an extra lane that you weren't supposed to be in. I don't know, but yeah. Anyways,
we'll give him a dumbass of the week nomination.
Yeah, I don't know. As I say, I didn't even turn my head to look at him, so I don't even know what he was, who he was, or anything about him. But But I imagine he had a few words to tell other people about me. So, but again, maybe you should look what you're playing with, because I've said it here before. There's one of these days that somebody's going to mess with me and do something that causes this truck to have an issue, and a lot of us won't be going home. And I already know it. And, you know, it's driving around this area and the way people like
it's
that
like
person there does.
You're sitting in front you're sitting in the front of essentially a rolling bomb. Big load of propane, big bada boom. All right, Horse Feathers, you have a good morning. Have a better day, all right? Look out for the dummies out there. He brought up the Chicago White Sox. What a team. Opening the month of September, suffering yet another indignity. Now establishing the franchise's single-season record for losses when they hit 107. When they lost their 10th consecutive game Sunday. That one was to the Mets by a 2-0 final. So at that point, they were 37 and 107 on the year. And that put their loss surpassing the 1970 club that went 56 and 106. Yeah, those White Sox, it might be noted, entered September with 86 losses. Wow. So what we say, the White Sox now 4-36 since the All-Star game. They are on pace now to go 36 wins and 126 losses this year. The modern Major League Baseball record for losses stands at 120. And that was the expansion 1962 Mets. Only two other teams have even reached 115 losses in a season in recent times. The 2018 Baltimore Orioles and the 2003 Detroit Tigers. Even if the White Sox play 500 baseball over their remaining 24 games, something they don't seem likely to do, they would finish the year with 119 losses. That's bad. And I mentioned last week, how many people are showing up for these games? Are the stands, I'm assuming the stands are like empty. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hardworking farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Yes, indeed. That is our number if you'd like to jump on board. I'm trying to quickly pull up the scenario. Somebody was asking earlier, how does a 14-year-old end up like on an FBI watch list? Breitbart News had shared, and thank you, Shorty, for throwing that my way. It was Shorty. The FBI, they say, was made aware of the suspected Appalachia High School shooter last year, 2023, during the course of investigation. Yeah, the source of online threats. The Fox 10 Phoenix reported that the FBI, in a joint statement with the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, revealed he was on the law enforcement's radar more than a year before this past day's school shooting. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution noted in May of 23, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center received several anonymous tips about online threats to commit a school shooting. Yeah, the tips that led to then 13-year-old Gray, who was interviewed by law enforcement who denied making the threats. His father was interviewed as well, and the father stated that he had hunting guns in the house, but that the subject did not have unsupervised access to said weapons. Now, they do say he was monitored after being interviewed. There was no probable cause for arrest or to take any additional law enforcement action on the local, state, or federal levels, according to the FBI. Of course, this past day, September 4 of 2024, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation confirming the now 14-year-old is the one under arrest charged in the murder of 2 students and 2 teachers at the Appalachia High School. Was that one of Dad's weapons? That's what they'll be investigating, undoubtedly. Another sad day. Good morning, Eagle.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, we got you, Eagle. Go ahead. I know you wanted to chime in about the school shooting. Another school year is underway, and sadly, students have already lost their lives.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to talk about, Steve. Hey, listen. Okay. Now, I've gone over this with you before, Steve. Over the years, I've been talking to you. You know, we've talked about this school deal over and over and over. First, before I say something about that, Steve, when I used to live in Atlanta, Georgia, back in 2005 and 6, before I took some time off from driving, I had a local job working in Atlanta. I wasn't over the road. I used to work in that area where the school shooting took place at, Steve. I probably helped build a lot of those homes in the school that shooting took place at. I used to work for a lumber company. We used to deliver doors and windows and all kind of stuff for houses and stuff, sheetrock, all that stuff into all these. There's a brand new area. That school is only 14 years old. The area was about 2000, about 10 or 15 years old, this area. So it's a new suburb of about 40 miles away from Atlanta. Okay, this area, when we was going out there, Steve, it was nothing but woods. This was unheard of. They tore down, cut down trees, and did everything to build neighborhoods and subdivisions, to make it livable. Okay, so now this is what this place is turned into now. Never in my life would I have thought that this would take place in this town, like it's Winder, Georgia, which was considered the middle of nowhere 10 or 15 years ago. But yeah, okay. Now, we've gone over this before, Steve. Now, the question is the 14-year-old kid, 14 years old, doing. My sister has a son that's 14. I take a look at him and just compare him to this kid, and I'm like, why the hell can a 14-year-old get his hand on a gun and decide to walk into a school and start shooting? It doesn't add up. It doesn't make sense, Steve, for this type of behavior, But like you said, and like all other people, the gun is not the problem. This kid, from what I'm understanding, he already had probably the same old scenario with all of them. All of them got mental problems. This kid should have had some discipline. He should have been pointed out a long time ago. Luckily, if this school if those guys wouldn't have confronted him in the hallway, he would have killed even more kids. So they got into the school on time and did what they were supposed to save lives of this kid. But naturally, before less than 24 hours after this event, you got Kamala, you got Joe Biden, and you got other Democrats doing the same old nonsense, Steve, talking about taking your gun away from you. I asked you this question the last time we had a couple of school shootings, Steve, and it's a simple answer about guns, in schools. When's the last time you heard of somebody walking into a state penitentiary and trying to break somebody out and go into one and have a shootout with the guards and get one of those inmates up? You haven't heard about it because they know they'll get blown away if they go in there with a gun. These schools, like you said, no gun zones, Steve. That's just the invitation for disaster. All you're telling the bad guy is that there won't be nobody there to stop you when you get in, and you can do what the hell you want to do. You have to have some type of prevention in these schools, Steve. Whether teachers got to be armed, security man, or metal detectors or whatever, but you got to have a man ready to take somebody down if they go into the school. Now, how this boy got in there, that's yet to be determined. But like I said before, Steve, the gun is not the problem, and it never has been the problem. But the Democrats want to take your guns away from you, and Kamala Harris, they're going to use this as a way to get some people to vote for them. But it won't work. It won't work because most people that know the right deal know that the Kamala and them are not thinking the right way. So, like I said, I feel bad for the 4 people that lost their lives. But here's the sad part about the whole deal, Steve, before I hang up with you. Here's the sad part about the whole deal. We're going to have another school shooting in the next couple of months or years. And the reason why is because they're not doing what they need to do by getting these mentally disturbed people off the streets and instead of trying to get the guns off the street. So until they fix.
Absolutely. All right. So we'll give you some of the latest right after this.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. 2 students and 2 teachers have been killed in a school shooting in Georgia. State officials say they have a suspect in custody and he's only 14 years old. Tony Waterman has more.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. No motive has been disclosed. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students. Tony Waterman, Texas.
United Nations Security Council members have once again called for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, with some countries insisting that the Council now needs to take a firmer stance to end the fighting. The Council convened another emergency meeting on Wednesday at the request of Israel after the bodies of 6 hostages killed in Gaza were recovered last weekend. Jody Jacobs is at the UN in New York.
It was another intense session of the UN Security Council. There were calls, some heated, in the Council chamber for an immediate ceasefire. Wednesday's meeting took place against a backdrop of ongoing negotiations between Israel and Hamas, facilitated by Egypt, Qatar and the US. U.S. Ambassador Linda Thomas-Greenfield.
Diplomacy is not a matter of snapping our fingers and voila. It takes hard work. It takes effort. And unfortunately, it takes time. It has not failed.
The United Nations says it remains convinced that peace will only be achieved when Israel and a sovereign Palestinian state live side by side within secure and recognized borders.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says Beijing is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade as more than 50 leaders from the continent and the UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attended this week's China-Africa Forum. African leaders secured major deals in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts. Laura Westbrook, Hong Kong.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Some of the latest, which was unveiled in the late evening press conference, that they did identify the individuals who lost their lives in the school shooting there. Two 14-year-old students, Mason Schermerhorn and Christian Angolo. Again, both 14-year-old students. The two teachers identified as Richard Aspinwall and Christina Urami. They were both math teachers. Aspinwall was also an assistant football coach, according to the school's website. The 9 others, which 8 are students, 1 additional teacher that were wounded, hospitalized, all of them are expected to survive, they say. So we know the shooter will indeed be charged with murder, tried as an adult, as we mentioned a bit ago, had been questioned by law enforcement last year. Anonymous tips about online threats to actually commit a school shooting. Now, some of the interviews, one student, Layla Saranth, said the suspected shooter actually left the classroom at the beginning of their Algebra 1 class about 9:45 this past morning. When he returned, it was near the end of the class. He knocked on the door to get back in. Another student went to open the door, but said the student saw the gun and didn't open the door. The shooter went to the classroom next door and opened fire. Sheriff's Department said first reports of the shooting about 10:20 a.m. Obviously, law enforcement arrived shortly after those calls. There were 2 school resource officers assigned to that particular high school. One of those resource officers, when he confronted the shooter, who immediately surrendered to the deputy, and he was taken into custody. When the shooting happened, all schools in the district were placed on lockdown. Police were sent out of an abundance of caution to all the district's high schools. Now, there were no reports of secondary incidents or scenes, according to law enforcement. They did confirm the gun used was an AR platform weapon. Appalachia High School, they do say, had received a phone threat earlier in the morning, warning that there would be a shooting at 5 schools and that Appalachia would be the first, according to multiple law enforcement officials. GBI Director Chris Hosey said there's no evidence of other schools being targeted, but investigators are pursuing any leads of any potential associates of the shooter that may have been involved. At this point, there's no evidence any additional shooter was involved and no evidence of a list of schools being targeted. So there is the latest. Wow. All right, to the right-wing nut. Good morning.
Morning. Yes. Right-wing nut, yeah. Yeah, heat wave, that word is slander. Slander, yeah. Anyways, I had no idea this had gone on. It's a crying damn shame. Democrats going to be screaming stricter gun laws. Well, how in the hell was that going to keep the kid from getting that gun? Now, if it follows through that he actually got the gun from his parents' place, then the parents need to be tried and jailed as well for negligence, just like that group up there in Michigan was. Remember that school shooting up there?
Mm-hmm.
They arrested the mom and dad, and dadgummit, I need me an adult beverage right now. But it really upsets me that this is happening and the shooters are getting younger and younger. Now, I don't believe that there was any kind of damn mental illness going on, which I'm sure they're going to say, oh, he was mentally unstable. Well, he should have been placed someplace where they could work with children like him.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously,
instead,
with the posts that had been made nearly a year ago, the online threats about this was something he had premeditated for an extended period of time. And as I just got the piece of information that there was a school threat phoned in that morning, if it's confirmed that he made that phone call, another confirmation. This was all very well premeditated.
Well, I tell you what, I think they ought to go by what Texas goes by as far as execution. If you can have 3 credible witnesses that saw the act of the shooting that resulted in the death of the victim, then you don't get any dadgum, what they call it, appeals. You go right to the head of the line. And in this case, and for future cases, I think what they ought to do, instead of having a private execution with just the victims and their families there, I think they need to make these things public to show these people we actually mean business. And if you're going to be putting up stupid stuff and shooting folks, then you need to know that the punishment is going to fit the crime. Because I don't believe people out here realize that once you're dead, you're dead. You're done. You know, there is no extra life to hit that button and to come back from. Once you're gone, you're gone. once you've made that decision to take somebody's life, then it needs to go back to biblical times. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and a life for a life. Ain't no question about it. And that's how I feel about this. I'm just disgusted. And I'm sure there's going to be somebody out there that says, "Oh, right, you're way too tough on these kids." Well, if you ain't going to be a parent and take responsibility for your firearms and do the parenting job of disciplining your children and teaching them that a gun is not a toy,
Yes.
then you also need to fall into the punishment, maybe not execution, but you ought to be put someplace where you're going to be paying a penance for your lack of parental guidance. And with that, I'm going to let you go. You have a good night.
All right, Wingnut, have a good morning. It is 18 before the hour. We do have some industry headlines, starting with the proposal to reclassify marijuana to the Schedule 3. That's already prompted tens of thousands of comments, apparently. However, the Department of Justice's Drug Enforcement Administration has decided they need more feedback. In a notice published in the Federal Register, the DEA announced that they're going to have a hearing on December 2nd to discuss the potential rescheduling of the drug. Of course, back in May, they had submitted the notice of proposed rulemaking, seeking to no longer classify marijuana as a Schedule 1 drug, which is a category of substances deemed to have a higher potential for abuse. Other Schedule 1 drugs include heroin, LSD, ecstasy, peyote. Schedule 3 are substances with an accepted medical use and a either moderate to low potential for abuse. Current Schedule 3 drugs include the likes of ketamine, anabolic steroids, testosterone, small doses of codeine. According to the regulations.gov website, the public has submitted about 43,000 comments on this proposal. Now, many of the comments from the trucking industry include concerns that this reclassification could affect drug testing programs for commercial drivers. The Transportation Secretary tried to put those concerns to rest while he was testifying at a House hearing back in June, where he said any impaired driving via alcohol, marijuana, or any other source of impairment is, of course, a major safety concern. Our understanding is the rescheduling of marijuana from a Schedule 1 to 3 would not alter the DOT's marijuana testing requirements with respect to the regulated community. For private individuals who are performing safety-sensitive functions in respect to drug testing, marijuana is identified by name rather than reference to one of those classes, Schedule 1 or 3. So even if it moves in classification, we do not believe it'll have a direct impact on that authority. So our commitment to that testing continues regardless of the schedule, and we believe our authorities are intact. Now, as part of their comments filed in July, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association supported that stance from the DOT. OIDA does not, has never, and will never condone the use of illegal substances for any trucker while operating a commercial vehicle, or any vehicle for that matter. Either way, the hearing is scheduled for 9 a.m. Eastern Time, December 2nd, in Arlington, Virginia. If you wish to participate, you have to file a written notice no later than September 30th. According to the electronic filing, additional details on how to participate can be found in the hearing notice. After the hearing, they say the agency will review all the comments before determining whether to proceed with a final rule. Now, considering the number of comments submitted, a final rule likely would not come until probably at least late 2025 or early 2026. It's a ways down the road. 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow, guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, back at it here. Plenty of room for you on a Thursday morning. Another week flying by. Of course, it was a short work week. It's 844-844-3388. Morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Well, sitting out on the deck, had a little fire going, checking the planets out.
Beautiful night.
Trying to relax. Beautiful night. Not so much a beautiful night for some family members in Georgia.
Correct.
Steve, I don't know where to start here, man. I mean, we can talk about why these kids are messed up in the head, what's causing this. We've talked about it for years now on your show. The breakdown of the family, breakdown of Christ in the family, in the community. One thing I do want to say, though, is you can't automatically just jump to the parents and blame the parents. I've been on many runs, Steve, where you got good parents trying to do the right thing, and unfortunately they just got a kid that's out of control. And they're trying, you know. And I've been on runs where you got kids out of control and the parents just don't give a crap. They're out doing what they want to do. Now, with that said, I mean, Eagle made a couple good points we talked about before many times on your show about batten down the hatches on these schools.
See, and I was just sitting here thinking, it sounds as though the student was in class. I don't know if he got like a restroom pass or what, which that's based on when I was in school. That's what you could get, where you could go to the restroom, come back to class. So for whatever reason, I'm assuming he left the class, had permission, probably went out, say, a side door or something, propping the door open, because I don't think there's any way he could have, kind of like waltzed right in the front door. I mean, these days in high schools, they have to buzz you in and things like that. Probably propped open a door, went out there, retrieved the gun, and slid into a side door unnoticed by anyone out front. I'm guessing here, but.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, Steve. How does a kid get a rifle into a school?
Right.
This apparently the parents were visited by the FBI.
Mm-hmm.
That this kid, at some point in time in the past, made some comments, allegations, or something to get a visit from the FBI. And Steve, let me tell you something. If you get a visit from the FBI, there's something seriously to it. Normally what the FBI does, if they get something, a tip, they will contact the locals, Steve, to go talk to this family or this boy.
Okay.
All right. Steve, I've been involved in investigations where kids have made threats to come to school with a gun and shoot the place up. Been there, did it, done it. Number one, if these parents got visited by the FBI about their kid possibly making threats to do something at a school, and the parents have firearms in their house, and that kid got a hold of one of their parents' ARs, whatever type of weapon it is, I don't care. I'm in full agreement that the parents should be charged. You get a knock at your door, you got agents or police officers standing there telling you that we got evidence that your son made statements, text,
threats,
messages, emails, whatever, and the school has concerns about their safety, and you don't make sure to it that any weapons you got are locked up, I'm sorry, man. They should fry the parents. If, Steve, listen.
Yeah.
Big if. We can get into some legal jargon here, right, about locking up guns, having access from the juvenile. That's a big key word. Access to these weapons. If that AR was in a gun safe, and that kid took a stick of dynamite and blew that safe open, or took a blowtorch to that safe to enter into it, then that changes my thought process here, that the parents took the steps necessary to stop that kid from entering into that safe. What Eagle said, man, is I don't see too many people being broke out of prison by armed assailants. And Steve, I mean, we have talked about this almost till we're blue in the face. What are these schools going to do? Listen, this situation with these kids that are code 9s is not going to resolve itself anytime soon. So what are the schools going to do to make sure these schools are safe? They just don't want to do it, and they don't want to spend the money when they could. I say any student that gets questions by law enforcement because you got other students or somebody else reporting that this student is making some sort of threats to cause trouble at a school should be banned from riding any buses, should be subject to search before he enters or she enters that school, to make sure they're not carrying any weapons in that school. Why are these schools aren't being, man, and listen, sounds like hats off to the school resource officers. Had two officers in that school. Went directly towards the threat, confronted this young man. I'm going to call him a young man, I don't know what to call him, Steve, at this point. Confronted him. He dropped his weapon and surrendered. Honestly, you should say hats off to the police officers, man, for not maybe wigging out and just shooting this kid. There's some training involved there, Steve. I'm telling you, man, when your heart's pumping like that, and you're trained to take out a threat, wasn't there, don't know how it went down, but hats off to these police officers for not killing this kid.
Well, we had the statement from one of the students that heard someone yelling, "Drop the gun." So that was, I presume, one of the resource officers. So they didn't just approach and open fire on him. They actually gave him that opportunity.
Yeah, they didn't execute him.
Yeah.
They gave him the opportunity to surrender. He did. They took him into custody, so it was a job well done by them. So maybe, Steve, we just might get some answers on why this kid did this dastardly human deed.
Yeah.
And if we get some answers, we might be able to resolve some of these problems. But Steve, this is
maybe prevent the next potential incident. And we have to pause there.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. The FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in the mass shooting at the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. Tony Waterman has the latest.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. London announced the suspension this week of 30 arms export licenses to Israel over concerns they could be used in violations of international law. It It provoked an angry response from some Israeli politicians, and it was reported the move also concerned figures in the Biden administration in Washington. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy says he's discussed it with the US Secretary of State.
I have spoken to Tony Blinken about this matter. I don't recognise at all what is being said. Not at all. That's just not the case. What the Americans have said, and they've said this on the record, is that they totally respect and understand our legal regime here.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says China is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. This as more than 50 African leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attend this week's Africa-China Forum. African leaders secured major deals for deeper cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts.
Volvo is dumping its plan to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. The carmaker says market conditions, including slower demand than expected, have changed its targets, and it expects to still be selling hybrid vehicles by the end of the decade. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. And without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people in a shooting at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. Chinese President Xi Jinping says China's ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. And Volvo is dumping its plans to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
like that, another hour underway. A lot of folks with strong sentiment anytime these evil events occur, school shootings. Dave says, I think if enough parents would apply boot to the ass, some of these mental issues would be resolved. In some cases, maybe. There is just, and Pappy said that on a number of occasions in the past, there's evil that exists out there. Either way, Gilligan, good morning. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Yes, I'm late for class, but I'll catch up on what I missed with the podcast. That's right, if you miss 1 minute of the overnight drive, you miss a lot. Cloudy, cool, 56. Whiteville, Virginia. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Okay. There's Billy on board. Good to have you with us. Hello to the overnight drive, folks. Spaceman chimes in. He said, I am recovering well and ahead of schedule. Lost 20 pounds since the surgery. Wow. My 80-year-old dad has come over the last 2 days and walked a mile with me. I'll give you a call in the next week or two. All I know is he was looking good in that photograph exiting the hospital over the Labor Day weekend there, just days after quintuple bypass. But all right, Pappy, welcome back.
Yeah, Steve, I mean, God, these parents that still have kids in school. I mean, I got grandkids. I got one grandkid in school right now and one that's going to be going to school here in a few years, and I don't know. But any kid that is investigated and found out to have credible threats, that has made credible threats, you know, and you go talk to the kid and the parents say, "Oh, I didn't mean what I was saying." You know, I mean, kids are kids sometimes.
Yeah.
But if there is credible threat that you can prove that this kid admits to sending this text message that I'm going to go shoot up the school, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry, Steve. They need to be either put on a list, subject to search before they enter that school. And if there's been multiple threats like that, sorry, you're out, bud. No school for you.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you go to a lockdown facility where they remove that kid from the parents or send this kid to a lockdown school. You know, as somebody that's been in law enforcement for all this time, Steve, I mean, the only thing I can think of is anybody, you know, like I said, if they're on this list, they need to be searched before they enter that school. And they need to beef up the security at these schools. They could prevent a lot of this where there's nobody getting a gun in that school. Is it 100% certainty? No, nothing's 100%. Steve, in the last 33 years, I don't recall anybody. I could be wrong. I'm just saying, I don't recall it. Anybody getting a firearm in our jail down at the Justice Center. Could be wrong. But, I mean, is that where we want to go? There should be magnetometers at every school. Every student should have to pass through these magnetometers. Just the way it is. You hate to say it. You hate to do it. If my kids are going to a school, that's what I want to happen.
Yeah.
And more security. More security at these doors. I mean, how many egresses are you going to have? Allow these students to just come and go through all these doors and egresses. I mean, you can't lock it up tight like a submarine if there's a fire or
right.
something.
If you've got an emergency and they need to get out, they got to be able to get out.
But there's steps that can be taken to try to control this, and unfortunately, the schools just don't want to pay the price. And I don't know if the civilians out here, when they say, hey, all right, the school's putting on a levy, it's going to cost you, the homeowner, another $600 a year.
Right.
To beef up security on these schools. How many people are going to vote for that, see? Especially if you don't have kids. They should. People are tired of paying higher taxes. I don't know. All right, appreciate you taking the call. Looks like there's a lot of Trump supporters in Pennsylvania. He had a little town hall, I guess, with Hannity tonight. I didn't really watch it, but just clips of it here and there. But I guess what was tonight supposed to be the debate with Harris and Trump on Fox, and she declined, so he held his townhouse.
His town hall. So
she don't want to show up. I'm still going to be here for you. I think they said he's done 36 town hall meetings, questions, 36 in the last month, where he sat down and took questions from people. For a long period of time. We're not talking just 5.
Oh, right. Yeah. Well,
interviews.
Kamala sat down for about 18 minutes the other night with CNN, right? She got grilled, didn't she? Oh, that's a joke. All right, Pappy, thank you for checking in. Let me jump on to Philip. Off to work we go. Good morning.
Morning. Riding in the rain, buddy. How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
Yeah, we had some rain overnight out here the last 3 or 4 hours. It woke me up a little while earlier. Had some lightning coming through and some rain. So it's all coming across the middle.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a press conference yesterday about the Starliner and talking about what they were going to do, and then they had a lot of questions about it, a lot of Q&A about it, and they say they're going to continue on with it, Steve. Even though they get this vehicle back, they're going to continue on with it. So that's what they say they're going to do. They're not going to drop the program or anything like that. They're going to keep on going. They just got to figure out the deal with the thrusters, what they can do to make them better and make them function more economically. So, I mean, it's just, I didn't know, but yesterday they said that they're actually going to they're taking and pumping oxygen from that Starliner that they had stored, and they're pumping it over into the ISS, so they actually have more oxygen now on board in case they need it. Did you hear anything about that one, Steve?
I know that they held a bit of a online press conference yesterday. The one thing I caught was they put quite a bit of tension in the room. Boeing was not at all happy with their decision to not allow the astronauts to come back on their vehicle. Yeah, but Boeing's got to understand those two people don't work for Boeing; they work for NASA, and it's part of the program. And there was a lot of questions yesterday about, is this going to change the way that NASA certifies this capsule? And they said that they would modify the program and test it, but it's got certain criteria it's got to meet that it hasn't met. That, and that criteria is coming back, with humans on board, and they didn't want to take the chance. Right.
That's the deal. That's their decision. It's their people. There was a lot of questions yesterday also, Steve, about the longevity of how long of them staying at the ISS. And one question was in reference to their families. Have they made, do the astronauts make, arrangements with their families in case they don't come back in the short term? And the lady said, yes, they do. You know, and she said, we also help them too as far as their families go. You know, if they had special arrangements they need to, you know, for their other behalf that needs work or something like that, then NASA is helping the families out as well, you know. But I didn't know yesterday either that every time that they do something major, like say when they docking with the International Space or, you know, the space station, the families are there at NASA watching it on TV with the folks at NASA. Even if it's in the middle of the night, they set it up to where the families can come in and watch it actually happening with them real time. They also have telephones to where they can communicate with their families at any time on the space station. So I thought that was pretty cool. Have you heard of any of that, Steve?
I was not aware of that. No. Very interesting, though. I guess
they have set up.
If I had a loved one in space, I'd probably, I don't care what time of day it is. If I get a chance to see what's going on, I'd want to be there. I'm sure.
Yeah, they said that they've made arrangements, and they have it up there that where they can talk to their family anytime they want to. But they said that the big payoff in this whole thing, even though this kind of failed, was the amount of work that those two people have been doing on the space station. The one lady who was over the astronauts said that they have done 100 hours of work since they've been up there in experiments alone. That isn't counting the other hours that they have, like unloading stuff and the cargo crafts. They've been helping with that too, which is a big help, moving the stuff that they need from the cargo area into where they have to utilize stuff. And but that's a lot of work. I mean, 100 hours of work, that's a lot of work that they've helped out, and just having the extra manpower up there to do things, and it's making them look at a lot of different things with the International Space Station. So it's hard to believe, though, Steve, that you realize we're not that far away from when they're going to get rid of that thing.
I was just thinking.
Did you say 2030?
I think 2030, right? So we're down to the last half dozen years.
Yes, I mean, it's not going to be there much longer. I mean, so. And they also talked about yesterday, that the emergency, like say, for instance, they don't have the Crew 9 module up there yet, or the capsule, I should say. So they're saying, how do y'all have it set up with the Crew 8 capsule in case they have to evacuate? And they said they went and took parts from what they had on the space station and made 2 seats that are in the Crew 8 capsule in case they have to evacuate they'll go down in the cargo area. And in these seats, they made 2 seats up there. They built it out of the parts that they had up at the space station so they could come back in case of an emergency.
Wow.
I never even knew that either. So it was a neat press conference I seen on YouTube. It was more Q&A than it was anything else. They didn't really didn't put in too much of a statement. It was more for the media to let them know what they were going to do. They talked about how they're going to release it, and if the thrusters don't work, they have other means of getting it turned out to where it doesn't hit the ISS. That's a lot of speculation that it would do that. But they were talking about some of the processes with that. I mean, it's really informative. I try to keep up on those conferences. It's just kind of hard. They kind of pop up here and there, and I get them a little last minute. And we're waiting tomorrow morning, Steve. That's when that Polaris Dawn happens. So,
well, we'll be here if they can launch at the anticipated time, which I think was like 3:33, something like that in the morning. Maybe we can carry it live.
Yeah, it'd be 3:38, I believe, in the morning. I'm going to try to go to bed early tonight so I can get up early. I want to see it. I usually get up around 4 o'clock in the morning on Fridays because I got the store. That's why part of the reason I don't call in. But we'll just have to see how it plays out. And thanks for the help on the Gold Eagle stuff. I looked on there. They do have some of that product that I need.
Okay.
So if anybody needs any degreaser or anything like that, they make an automotive degreaser that I'm looking at. And hopefully I can get it locally. If not, I can get it. You can get it on Amazon if they don't have it there. So we'll catch you later, buddy. Y'all have a good one. Thank you for having me.
Have a great morning, great weekend. If we don't get a chance to chat there, maybe on Friday morning, we'll see how it goes. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, good morning to Eskimo Mom.
Hi, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. With that school shooting this morning, I'm wondering. I would like to find out during the investigation. Let them get all through it. I'd like to find out what kind of online presence did this kid have? What kind of social media did he have?
Mm-hmm.
Because if he did some online threats, his parents should have. If his parents were up on technology, his parents should have yanked all of his electronics and did what they could to make sure that this kid knows that, hey, we mean business. You don't do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then go as far as all of his assignments. They have to get printed out, or he has to physically write that stuff. He can't type or cannot do anything online. But that's just what I was wondering about that. And the Democrats keep pushing for the let's ban all guns. Well, unfortunately, it's not going to stop. Not going to stop somebody with hatred in their heart. They're going to try to do whatever they can to create some havoc.
Yes. Yeah, sadly, it's the way we have to have the same debate year after year. Haven't we had this way too many times?
Yes. Yes, it may take these parents waking up and saying, "Hey, it's got to start in the home. It's got to start with parents disciplining their kids, teaching them love and respect. And if you don't like something tough, life ain't fair. Life is not fair.
Yeah.
And you just have to learn how to live with it. Learn how to deal with frustration in a creative way. And if your kid is in that job, try to get him some help, please. And before he or she ends up doing something that he shouldn't.
Yeah.
And as for this kid, they're talking about the death penalty being tried as an adult, and with the death penalty being on the table, I think if I remember right, the Supreme Court ruled that if you're underneath a certain age, they cannot put the death penalty on you because of your age, or you're really too young to really make this decision. But a life in prison without parole is a better alternative in that case to keep the UN off our backs.
Interesting. So even charging them as adults, that's interesting. I'll have to maybe go back and look up. Seems like I did hear something about, Supreme Court had taken that up at some point in time. Real quick, before we hit news break, bottom of the hour, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. We'll get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Update on the ongoing investigation into the attempted assassination of Donald Trump. The House Task Force investigating that attempted assassination has issued letters to local law enforcement and local officials in Pennsylvania seeking transcribed interviews and additional documents. These letters, which were sent to law enforcement in Butler Township and Butler County, as well as Butler County and Beaver County emergency services units, asking for transcribed interviews, part of the next step in the task force investigation. According to the press release from that panel this past day, they also sent a letter to the coroners of Butler County and Allegheny County for the coroner's report and the autopsy results on the shooter. The letters seek all documents and communications related to the Trump rally, including planning, participation, post-event actions, and correspondence. Representative Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania is the task force chairman, along with Representative Jason Crow of Colorado. The names of the officers and the law enforcement employees the panels requested interviews with were actually redacted from the press release, but that's an ongoing investigation. Okay, we'll return back to your calls just ahead here. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. The FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in the mass shooting at the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. Tony Waterman has the latest.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. London announced the suspension this week of 30 arms export licenses to Israel over concerns they could be used in violations of international law. It provoked an angry response from some Israeli politicians, and it was reported the move also concerned figures in the Biden administration in Washington. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy says he's discussed it with the US Secretary of State.
I have spoken to Tony Blinken about this matter. I don't recognise at all what is being said. Not at all. That's just not the case. What the Americans have said, and they've said this on the record, is that they totally respect and understand our legal regime here.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says China is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. This as more than 50 African leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attend this week's Africa-China Forum. African leaders secured major deals for deeper cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy, at China's biggest summit in years. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts.
Volvo is dumping its plan to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. The carmaker says market conditions, including slower demand than expected, have changed its targets, and it expects to still be selling hybrid vehicles by the end of the decade. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shots Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shots Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
We roll on to the late night, early morning hours. And good morning, Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin checking in from Waterford, Michigan tonight. Good to have you with us. Hello, Gary. Kevin, good morning, Steve, Overnight Crew, and of course, Pappy. Roki posted here a few minutes ago. I guess little details coming out here and there. He said the Georgia school shooter's aunt posting on social media that his mom has a meth addiction and has history of domestic issues. I guess that was posted via X. Interesting. Yeah, we'll be learning a lot in the coming days. Yes, indeed. Realizing most of you probably would like to have as little or least amount of interaction with law enforcement and commercial vehicle inspectors as possible, right? But hey, we've got an invitation for you. The California Highway Patrol is inviting truckers to enjoy lunch at a commercial vehicle enforcement facility to celebrate a National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. Announcing a Truck Driver Appreciation Day event to be held on September 10. at the Gilroy Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Facility in San Martin, California. Drivers are invited to browse informational booths at the facility from 10 a.m. till 2 p.m. A catered lunch to be served from 11:30 a.m. till 1:30 p.m. Their statement, we wish to convey our gratitude for the exceptional effort the truck driving community dedicated to transporting America's treasures. Your unwavering commitment and tireless endeavors are truly appreciated, says the Highway Patrol. Of course, National Truck Driver Appreciation Week this year coming up September 15 through the 21st. Well, good morning to the Grump. It's been a while. How we been?
Been good. Kind of taking life easy, I guess. I had got that issue with my kidney. I had to have some work done on it, but I guess it was, the end of July, my wife went in for a full hip replacement, and 2 weeks later, or 3 weeks later, I guess it was, she had to go. She went to physical therapy. They were trying to, I don't know what the hell they were thinking, but anyway, they wound up snapping her femur bone.
Ooh.
About 2 inches down from where they put the stake or whatever they call it, the down the leg bone, for the hip. And so she had to go back in for a surgery again, and they had to put a metal plate that went the whole length of her femur all the way down to her knee. And they had to basically remove the bone, everything around the bone, and put a mesh around it, titanium mesh on the backside, and wrap it in wire. So she's had one hell of a time.
Wow.
Pain, when it broke, she was in physical therapy. So they just sent her home. She got home, and she, they said, well, you just probably pulled a muscle. Just, go on home. So we'll deal with it later. And she said, there's something crunching in my leg. It sounds like it's crunching, and she said she just couldn't stand the pain. But she wound up that afternoon going to the emergency room by ambulance. I mean, it just, it just completely, knocked her out. I mean, basically, the pain was just, so severe.
Mm-hmm.
She went to the emergency room. They gave her a shot. Some nurse gave her a shot and said that there was nothing they could do. They said if it's in the hip, whatever, you're just going to have to call your surgeon. So they wound up taking an x-ray, and she said, no, it looks like you've broken your femur bone. And I said, but there's still nothing we can do. So they sent her back home instead of admitting her to the hospital so that they could get the surgery done. So this nurse, just an idiot, number one. So she went back home, and, by that time she got a hold of me, and, then all hell broke loose. But we're dealing with it. It's, it's been a rough road. She's looking at a year now, 7 months to a year worth of healing before, she'll ever gain use of that leg.
Wow.
The way she had before.
Mm.
So it's been a tough time. And then, I was told they found another thing on my right kidney now. So, I just had one froze on my left kidney, and we've been battling some stuff, but hell, we're tough and resilient. We'll make it. But let's talk a little bit about this kid here. I listen to so many people talking, and everything from the kid needed his ass whooped to whatever. Nobody knows what the hell went on in the kid's head.
Right.
And this is something right here that always pisses me off when I hear people yell, you need to bring back the belts. What the hell does that do? I mean, it's bad enough that you have a kid, like this, that something's happened to this kid where he started early. I mean, at 13 years old. And to answer that question about being put to death, it's 15 or younger.
Is it?
16 and above, yeah, 15
okay.
or younger. But, they can certify you as an adult. The Supreme Court's ruled on that kids can be certified as an adult at the age of 13. as young as 13. And I remember when I was going to college, I had a juvenile proceeding class, and we had to deal with these kids, that troubled kids, and foster care a lot. That was removed from the home for whatever reasons, and we'd have to pair up with them and talk about their stories and see what went on in their lives. I'll tell you what, man, some of these kids don't need ass whoopings. They're just some very, very, very troubled kids. Come from homes and backgrounds that have been nothing short of violent. I mean, it just parents that beat the hell out of them, mothers and mother or father an alcoholic or both, and just drugs and every damn thing else. They're raised up like that. They're brought up like that. When I was a police officer, I responded to a they said it was a domestic dispute, and it turned out that it was a babysitter called us, and she was babysitting for an 8-year-old and a 5-year-old, a 5-year-old little girl, but the 8-year-old picked up a Tonka truck and beat her in the head with it until damn near killed her. And he was just, mad. He got mad at her because she was messing with his toys and stuff. And I said, where in the hell, we were trying to talk to this kid before the parents got there, and they're waiting on them. And I said, why did you do that? And he said, she just made me mad, and said, that's what I watch wrestling, and that's what they hit them. I didn't have a chair. I couldn't pick up a chair, so I used my Tonka truck.
Wow.
Hitting each other in the head with a damn, with chairs and stuff like that. Well, here this little girl was. When their parents showed up, Dad's about half drunk like he normally was. Every time we've had to deal with that idiot, it's either, 9 times out of 10 we had to haul his ass to jail for public intoxication or something. He's that kind of guy. And so, look, the kid's probably going to be put in foster care for a little bit and find out where all these issues are coming from. That's just the way it is. And Dad gets all pissed off and mad and crazy and everything, screaming. He said, well, she just learned a valuable lesson. Leave his stuff alone.
Wow.
Defending like a Democrat.
Yeah.
Let's deflect what he did to what she did. And so we're seeing this right now. But kids that make these threats to these schools and stuff like that, they should automatically be removed from the house. And as a precaution, I don't see why in the hell, number one, that the first question out of any investigator's mouth or any social worker's mouth, they need to go with law enforcement, number one, because it always turns ugly. Every time I've had to respond on a kid that has, that had some kind of problem in a school or something like that and was suspended, and where it turned into, there was some, iffy subjects there, whether it was assault and battery or something, where you have to go interview this child and you got the parent there. The first thing you want to do is not smack the kid. You want to bust the parent in the mouth because they won't shut up. They're trying to make reason out of something, and the first question out of are you drinking? Do you use drugs or something like that? Do you want to submit to a breathalyzer? Do you want to submit to a blood alcohol test or a drug test? Anything at all that can try to identify what's going on with these problems. We don't see that. And the second thing they should say is, do you have weapons in the home? We're going to remove your weapons for a little while, until we get this sorted out. Just to take that precaution, because kids are, they live out fantasies all the time, and some of them, he may be 14 years old, but hell, he may have the mentality of a 6-year-old. You don't know until they're actually evaluated and see. And something else I never understood is why schools themselves right now, after all that's been done, and kids that want to go to the bathroom, or hey, I need to run out to the parking lot and get something out of my car I forgot, or or I need to meet somebody at the door, whatever. Why aren't they escorted by a resource officer? I mean, it's a proven fact that schools are soft targets. They always have been. They're the easiest prey in the world for people to go after. They got 1,000 doors on a school, and look how they did, in Colorado, blocked one of the emergency doors open, and they came in. But it seems to me like, our resources and our money and everything else is going in opposite directions. Last year alone, Steve, there was 146,000 new migrant kids that started school. 146,000 that entered the school system, and that cost the American taxpayers over $2 billion just to cater to these kids. because there's nothing else, you know. And then when something like this happens, and the first thing out of the damn Democrats' mouth is, well, it's a gun issue. You know, we got to get rid of the guns. Republicans sit there and they talk about, well, it's a mental health issue. We got to get more people involved in the mental health issues. But neither one of them is willing to give up a damn campaign dollar to harden these schools and turn these into facilities that kids can go to school and be safe at. And that's something that I just absolutely cannot, for the life of me, understand is why their priorities are so damn jostled and so mixed up. It you know, the first thing anybody ought to do. And I responded to the school, you know, high school all the time. I mean, we have had fights in the hall, you know, hell, they, you know, hey, get an officer up there. So we go up there. Had one kid that brought homemade pipe bombs to school, and all they did was call us and say, "Dad, just take them." You know, he's just trying to make some firecrackers or something like that. And you know, he said, "Hey, we're just going to set them off out on the football field, just goofing around, you know, and stuff like that." And the kid was dumb enough that's probably what he was going to do. You know, I mean, seriously, he was just one of these goofy kids that saw no wrong, and you know, everybody got along with and things. I don't know how this kid was, you know, but I'm sure over the you know, the days we're gonna find out. But if you look at this idiot that, you know, tried to kill Trump, what kind of troubled past did that boy have? You know, from what I'm understanding, he had a pretty damn troubled one. You know, he's bullied all the time, things like that. You know, people are going to act out aggression in different ways, just for no other reason. They've had enough of it, and they don't give a rat's ass if they die or not. You know, some of the mentality. That's why they changed the laws from you know, to get kids 13 or above. You know, that we can certify them as adults. They take mentality, you know, mental tests, and to see if they can comprehend what the hell they've done. And most of them can. Most of them are just so stressed and so lost. You know, they're always looking for something, so they wind up doing some stupid something like this, and their life is over. And you know, they at some point in time you know, they realize that they just took lives with them. You know, and it's I don't know. Look at them two idiots or three idiots or whatever they were in Colorado. You know, that you know, shot up the school there and killed 17 people or something like that. They they were acting out from a video game. You know, they had planned all of this and said, you know, this is what they were going to do. Man, I don't know what you need to do, but the first thing that needs to happen is they need to stop spending $2 billion on a bunch of illegal immigrants' kids and say you can homeschool if you want to, you know, and pay for your own tutors since you're here, but they're not going to go to our school systems and us have to make special arrangements for your kids.
And overwhelming the system, overwhelming the resources, right? Hey, Grump, I got to move ahead, but we'll take a quick time out there and come back with more, like I said, strong opinions on either side. We'll be hearing this discussion, and we'll learn a lot more about the background of this individual. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, it goes by the handle Big Buford. Good to have you. Email from Big Buford. Greetings from Jackson, Mississippi. 79 degrees. Low humidity. Good night for trailer trucking. Steve, if you could check on the guy attempting to swim across Lake Michigan. Yeah, due in Milwaukee this afternoon. I'd appreciate it. All right, great show. Glad you're back. Long-time listener. Back in the days of the bozo. All right, I hadn't seen anything on that scenario. I'll do a quick search. Swimming across Lake Michigan. Quite the swim. Eagle, back on board. Yes, sir. Secret Service discussion, I believe. Is that what you got?
Yeah. I want to talk about some of the new evidence that was found out, Steve. I don't know if you heard about this. Bongino and some other people. Now it's been determined, Steve, that these individuals that was in Butler, Pennsylvania, were not even Secret Service agents. They were
Homeland Security.
Federal, what do they call
Homeland Security. Yep.
Homeland Security agents. Apparently, they sent another. They had other details with Joe Biden's wife and Kamala and some other people, and Donald Trump got the leftovers. What a surprise. Donald Trump got treated unfairly by the Biden administration that almost resulted in him losing his life. They said that these guys were given a training course, Steve, audio tape or videotape. Yep. Did you hear about that?
Yeah, just a 2-hour training course, and all right, you're good to go.
Yeah, and that's the reason why they look like clowns after Donald Trump got shot. You remember seeing the female that she didn't even know what the hell to do. She couldn't even get her gun out of the damn holster as they was trying to escort Donald Trump off the stage into the SUV. You could tell that these people were not professionals, Steve. They didn't just to the naked eye, somebody that doesn't even know much about the Secret Service could clearly see that these people didn't know what they were doing in trying to protect Donald Trump. The whole Butler situation was a complete joke, Steve, and it's coming out, that this so-called woman that was in charge that left weeks ago, she should have been gone a long time ago. The deal with the people telling the Secret Service that they seen a man on the roof and they did nothing. Then, seeing a guy walk with a rangefinder. The whole thing was a total disaster, and it could have resulted in Donald Trump losing his life, Steve. This, like I said, president or former president, he deserves the best Secret Service agents that they can get, especially Donald Trump. And for them to put these individuals in charge of Donald Trump was a complete embarrassment, what they did in Butler, Pennsylvania. And like I said before, Trump barely escaped with his life. And like I say, anybody that think that I'm wrong or anybody else is wrong, go back and review the tape. Go back and review the video after Donald Trump was shot and watch the way that these guys conducted themselves, these Homeland Security people, and you can clearly see that Donald Trump almost lost his life due to the stupidity of the Secret Service. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Thank you, Eagle. That is 100% correct. Yeah, we did touch on that last evening, the fact that, the overwhelming majority of those agents that were there on that day, they said, how was it, that the Trump campaign knew that whoever was like the lead agent in charge, I guess they're called the lead agent, was pretty much incompetent in her job. The woman that was in charge on that day. Whistleblowers have been coming forward. Josh Hawley brought that up night before last when he was on the Jesse Waters program. Hey, for Big Buford, I did indeed do a quick search there. And here's the report from WOOD out of Grand Haven, Michigan. Jim Dreyer was his name. Has aborted his attempt to swim across Lake Michigan. In a post shortly before noon this past day, Dwyer posting, "The swim is over." He confirmed he was okay, but added there were only 2 good hours in this 40-hour swim. Said he would offer more information at a later time. He went into the water in Grand Haven, Michigan, Monday evening. The goal was to swim about 83 miles across Lake Michigan to Milwaukee. The online map tracking his progress shows he abandoned the attempt at 11 o'clock this past morning, Wednesday morning, having made it about 19 miles from shore. But the map also showed Dwyer had made some off-course loops on Tuesday. A social media post from a member of his team indicated he was having navigational gear issues. That was later fixed, but so you're swimming in circles out in the middle. Without some sort of a GPS to direct you, you don't know what direction you're going. You can't see land from anywhere. They went on to explain in 1998, Dwyer completed a 65-mile swim from Wisconsin to Ludington. He tried twice last year, trying to make a 25th anniversary crossing. Neither of those was successful. Now at the age of 61, he tried again last month. He had to quit because he lost the batteries for his GPS device and went off course. So I guess sounds like that may have been the case here. The swim was also a charity event meant to raise money for the U.S. Coast Guard Chief Petty Officers Association. Quite interesting. So the attempt is over, but he's back on dry land. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. The FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in the mass shooting at the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. Tony Waterman has the latest.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. London announced a suspension this week of 30 arms export licenses to Israel over concerns they could be used in violations of international law. It provoked an angry response from some Israeli politicians, and it was reported the move also concerned figures in the Biden administration in Washington. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy says he's discussed it with the US Secretary of State.
I have spoken to Tony Blinken about this matter. I don't recognise at all what is being said. Not at all. That's just not the case. What the Americans have said, and they've said this on the record, is that they totally respect and understand our legal regime here.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says China is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. This as more than 50 African leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attend this week's Africa-China Forum. African leaders secured major deals for deeper cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts.
Volvo is dumping its plan to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. The carmaker says market conditions, including slower demand than expected, have changed its targets, and it expects to still be selling hybrid vehicles by the end of the decade. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. And without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people in a shooting at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. Chinese President Xi Jinping says China's ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. And Volvo is dumping its plans to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Where are we at here? It's a Thursday, Friday Eve, that would be, as we now cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you with us as we look toward the weekend, right? Hello to Glenn this morning. Good morning, everybody. Steve, hope you're doing well. Happy Friday for me. I'll be listening into the rest of the show at home, enjoying a couple of Skullbusters. Everybody be safe out there on the highways. That's the way to do it. Thank you very much. See, Brain Dead is on board. And I was kind of wondering if he had seen the news about the whole yellow thing. And based on the screen, he's got some NASCAR news and notes and talk a little bit about yellow. Where yesterday the report says a final Chapter 11 plan to liquidate yellow's remaining assets could include a reorganization wherein the defunct company's major shareholders backstop a rights offering to stand up a subleasing or real estate investment trust to manage the remaining properties. The plan would include the payment of all allowed general unsecured claims, leaving the reorganized equity interests to the shareholders, according to the Monday filing in the bankruptcy court. However, that plan is contingent on Yellow receiving a favorable ruling on withdrawal liability claims that are currently before the court. Now, this is where the pension funds that Yellow once contributed to say they're owed as much as $8.6 billion from the company's withdrawal. Yellow maintains they owe just a fraction of that amount, as many of those pension funds no longer have unfunded vested benefits due to the 2021 relief package from Congress, where the taxpayers pretty much bailed them out. Now, they said their proposed Chapter 11 plan, just hours before the expiration of their exclusivity period, is not actionable until the court makes a ruling on those pension claims. All right, so are they actually trying to talk about still reviving something or what's left? I don't know. What do you make of it there, Brain Dead? Good morning.
I'm tired of just getting effed, and you can figure out the rest of the wording in there. I know Heat Wave is probably the same way. I know there's some other guys from Yellow that listen to the show. They're tired of getting effed. I mean, they said that they're going to try to fight the Warren Act claims.
Correct.
Because the Teamsters did not go along with the change of operation. Hello? I thought it was federal law that says, hey, the Warren Act says you must pay me for the 60 days if you close without giving me notice.
Mm-hmm.
Where does the law get trumped into bankruptcy? You know, we're not creditors. We're people. We're human beings. All them fat cat executives, they got their severance packages. They got their bonuses. They left town. We're going to have a reunion party coming up next month, Steve. I don't know if you saw that on my personal page or not. And this is where we're going to kind of catch up with people that we've worked with. I mean, at the Memphis terminal, I can't answer for any of the other terminals, but I know the Memphis terminals, We were like a family. We looked out after one another. We took care of one another. Same thing with the Holland terminal. Everybody was family. That's why we're doing this reunion. Because the several of the people that I knew in management, they've gotten nothing, and they're supposed to get a severance package, like how we're supposed to get the Warren Act money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's honestly just a crap show. Because when you do the math does not come out right. Remember, what was it, last year or a few months back, they sold the block of terminals for $2 billion. They were $1.5 billion in debt, and that included the $700 million Trump loan. They say to settle all the Warren Act claims is $245 million. I'm not a math whiz, but if you pay out the Warren Act claims, don't you have like, I don't know, $250 million left over? I mean, shoot, just take off one of those zeros and I'll be more than happy with some of that. I mean, honestly, there's only so much people can take. We had one guy commit suicide over it back when we first closed. I mean, where does the human factor end and doing the right thing? I mean, it's honestly, Steve, you go back many a year. Do you remember if any of this crap was going on with CF or Consolidated Freightways? Because I don't.
Not really. I mean, was that the one that they were trying to fight the unionization thing, or is that something else?
Consolidated Freightways was another big LTL company that was unionized. And literally, guys drove up to the gate the day after Labor Day. The gates were locked. Nobody could get in touch with nobody to know what was going on. And then remember, it was a few days later, they all got called and said, "Hey, we've closed the doors." Remember that now?
Okay, yeah.
I know you've had a few skull busters in there, but maybe you switch brands, you might be a little better. But anyway, but I don't remember any of this madness or craziness going on with Consolidated Freightways, and they didn't even have the Warren Act at the time. I mean, we're going back, what, 24 years? Yeah, about 23 years. And it's ungodly how crazy it is. I mean, it just seems like to me the Central States needs to disappear. They cannot manage their money good. So you're going to go after Yellow for $8.6 billion when you can't even manage your own money now. UPS pulled out of Central States. Kroger pulled out of Central States. And I can't remember the third one that pulled out of Central States. If you haven't figured that out, you don't need to be running the show.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got a statement last year, 2 years ago. They said the payouts of Central States was $13 billion with a B, but they only took in $10 billion. You're $3 billion short. Where's the money going? Remember Freddie the Freeloader? He was talking about how his pension got cut.
Yep.
So where's the money going? These guys have worked hard all their life, blood, sweat, and tears. They should get their money. Either that or there needs to be a reorganization of Central States. Because why does Yellow need to pay them $8 billion when the Yellow's closed? I would love to know that number. Did they just sit there and throw darts at a dartboard in a meeting? Go, okay, we're almost to 9. Okay, we're almost to 9. But seriously, though, because honestly, Central States has no dog in the fight. Yeah, they were paid $50 million when they got the Trump loan, but if they're owed the back money, I don't see where $8 billion comes anywhere into play. I mean, quite frankly, you might be better at math than I am, but $8 billion is a lot of money. So,
Oh, yeah, it was fun having the last couple of nights off, Steve. It was really nice. But let's get on with some NASCAR news, shall we?
Ah, yes, indeed. What do you think? The playoff field has been set.
Oh, playoff field has been set. I tell you what, I listened to the Darlington race. That was a really good race. You know, there was a rumor floating around about Kyle Busch retiring. No, he was talking tongue in cheek about his plans after retirement. And I saw a couple news blurbs into that, and it's like, hello, can we not get the story straight? I really, you know, Martin Truex had a really bad run there at the beginning. He got loose and went up and took out Dave Blaney. The thing you give a hand to Truex with is he was gentlemanly, came over and said, hey, it was my fault, don't worry about it. And there was no fighting, no rubbing or nothing like that. But you do know Martin Truex Jr. is going to be in the Daytona 500 next year. You heard that, right?
Okay. No, I wasn't familiar, no.
Yeah, they just announced that today. Let's get the silly season here real quick. Brandon Jones signs with Joe Gibbs Racing on the Xfinity Series. But now, who's going to replace him at Junior Motorsports? Of course, you know, Junior Motorsports is like Hendrick's AA team. The rumors are going around that Carson Kvapil will be joining the team if they can get the funding. But this is the thing, though. If they can't get Carson on, they're going to have to find some funding to get another driver in. Also, too, as announced at Darlington, Christian Eccles will be driving for Kaufman Racing in the Xfinity Series. Because, and this is a good move for him, because he literally is tearing up the Truck Series this year. I don't know. Last time I checked, he had like 8 wins. So, you know, he's moving up. He's doing good. But now, have you heard of the other rumors, Steve? This is big. You know, Alex Bowman is Hendricks at the 48 car. Well, there's a little bit of rumors and thunder now going down that he's probably going to end up at Spire Motorsports in the 7 car, currently driven by Corey LaJoie. Say that 5 times.
Okay.
But if this goes down, this is going to be a good pairing with Rodney Childers at the helm, because I mean it's going to be one of the best combinations you can ever come with. Now, if I'm using the air quotes here, if this does go down, who's going to take over Alex Bowman's car at Hendrick? Well, Justin Haley is rumored to take over that car. That is a good money bet. If I'm betting money, that would be a good bet. Now, another person that's been rumored to take the car, and it's kind of laughable, is Carson Husvar. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're going to stick with Justin Haley. Now, of course, you know, a lot of fans are ticked off about the spring race from Richmond going to Mexico, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, NASCAR has inquired Pat O'Ward to drive the race in Mexico, but there's a conflict. He's already signed to an IndyCar team. I don't think that's going to happen. Now, the other thing too is the charters. Now, they're hoping to wrap this up this weekend. Hamlin said in a quote that they're still too far apart to come to any kind of agreement. Now, I find this funny because one of the investors for 2311 Racing, he had a note pinned on the back of his shirt. Would you care to know what it said, Steve?
What is it?
Please don't ask me about my charter, as I don't want to disparage NASCAR and lose it. Now, why I said that is to say this. In the latest proposal, there is language in the contract about not disparaging NASCAR. like there is in the NFL, and I imagine other sports too. Now, the other one of the other holdups is say in the costly rules adjustment and the rulemaking in general, and I believe that the owners should have a say so in this, because they are the ones that are footing the money to put the cars on the track each week. I don't know how much it costs. I know it's got a bunch of zeros on the end of it, but you know it's very costly, and they need to have a say so in these rules. But now, the other thing that's the holding point is the impact between the teams, the drivers, and the ownership of the internet web pages and the other assets away from the track, because NASCAR wants to kind of control that now, because they're also wanting more of the pie on the non-NASCAR merchandise that's sold by the drivers and teams, and the drivers that are selling their likenesses. NASCAR wants a cut of the pie. The one good thing they have agreed upon is the TV revenue split, and I do agree with that. But the thing, though, is you've got to watch this being strong-armed. Is there are some teams right now that are ready to sign. The other half of the teams don't want to sign. So what's going to say NASCAR gets these teams to sign, and all of a sudden the word gets back and they force the the teams that don't want to sign and force them to sign. So, well, I got a little bit more for you, but you know what? I'm going to hold that up because I want to go slide back to Memphis, Steve. I'm getting kind of...
All right, working. Take care of business. There you go, 22 past the hour. I did see, and I thought it was interesting, for the brief amount of the race I did get to see, seeing as I was off Monday, I got to see some of the Sunday night race. It looked like the stands were packed and stacked. The infield was packed and stacked. I hadn't seen attendance at a NASCAR race like that in a long time. Some people saying, I thought NASCAR was dead. Are they making a comeback? Is it some of the extracurricular activities? There had been several interesting events at recent races. Even the Monkey Gouger here several weeks ago, said he tuned in. He said, "Hey, it's been a long time since I'd seen a race like that," and all the controversy that erupted. Let me see here, Shorty. I got your email. It said, when you closed out the show yesterday there at the end of the program, you were reading a post from Greg Lockie about the shooting at his home. Have you heard anything more? It's been kind of hush-hush in Tennessee where I live. Greg has preached revivals at our church years ago. That's actually my son that got off the drugs and the homeless. The camp's pastor, and also Blue Flame Ministries, the one that found my boy, is actually their home church and pastor also. Now, the far left really hates him due to his stance when it comes to the LGBTQ community, his church remaining open during the COVID pandemic. Yep, I found that last evening, and then, of course, his stance on bathrooms, the genders. I did a quick search, and the latest I could find was out of Wilson County, Tennessee, from WZTV, that said the sheriff's office continues their investigation of an assault on the home of the controversial Middle Tennessee pastor. Shots fired at his home. The pastor said someone fired a barrage of shots into his home while one of his children was inside. As he put it, a madman unloaded an entire magazine. Sheriff's office confirms deputies responded to the call about 10:30 p.m. They found 40 shell casings. Multiple shots were fired into the house, the garage, and a vehicle. Ultimately, no one was injured. Pastor Lockie shared photos saying God protected his family. And let's see, I shared his post last evening. That's what we got toward the tail end of the show. Some responses from churchgoers. What happened at his house is horrible. One woman who wished to stay anonymous, who attends his church, said she calls it an act of God after Lockie said his surveillance footage video shows he and the rest of his family literally got home about 1 minute after this shooting has occurred. Whoever the evil individual was, I guess, assumed they were in the home at the time. One of the photographs revealed that one of the bullets piercing the headboard of his youngest daughter's bed, and that bullet was actually lodged into her pillow. Earlier this year, on Easter Sunday, Lockie shared another Facebook post saying his cameras caught a man setting fire to a trailer full of Bibles in front of his church. Some of his congregation believes his outspoken views. That makes him a target. I think that's a fair assumption. Now, they said he had been in the hot seat several times over the past few years. Controversial comments about the COVID vaccine. Yeah, he was banned from Twitter for a period. And he held some book burning events. Last year, the Wilson County government sued the pastor's church for zoning violations. Last month, Fox 17 News reported that Lockie's plans to move his church to Lebanon, Tennessee. All they're saying at this point is detectives are actively working on the case. Fox 17 asked both police and Lockie for the surveillance footage that he says was caught on his camera, but at this point have not been able to obtain that. Probably because it's an active investigation. Maybe looking to identify the vehicle that was involved, that sort of thing. Somewhere down the line, undoubtedly, they'll be able to get a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act request to see what transpired there. But, all right, definitely scary. About a minute before news break, Vic will be chiming in. He wants to chime in about regards to the Georgia school shooting. Pilot Flying J kicking off their annual Road Warrior contest, recognizing professional drivers while telling their stories each week throughout the month-long contest. One $1,000 Road Warrior winner will be selected. A grand prize of $25,000 will be announced coming up in October. It's a great opportunity to celebrate not just our customers, but our own internal drivers and tell stories about these heroes on the road. There's a little more on that coming up here. First, our news break. Bottom of the hour is upon us, and lines available. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. The FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in the mass shooting at the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. Tony Waterman has the latest.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. London announced the suspension this week of 30 arms export licenses to Israel over concerns they could be used in violations of international law. It It provoked an angry response from some Israeli politicians, and it was reported the move also concerned figures in the Biden administration in Washington. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy says he's discussed it with the US Secretary of State.
I have spoken to Tony Blinken about this matter. I don't recognise at all what is being said. Not at all. That's just not the case. What the Americans have said, and they've said this on the record, is that they totally respect and understand our legal regime here.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says China is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. This as more than 50 African leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attend this week's Africa-China Forum. African leaders secured major deals for deeper cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts.
Volvo is dumping its plan to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. The carmaker says market conditions, including slower demand than expected, have changed its targets, and it expects to still be selling hybrid vehicles by the end of the decade. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Of course, Truck Driver Appreciation Month, as some refer to it, is underway. He gave you the latest from Love's Travel Centers last evening. Pilot Flying J is also in the midst of their driver appreciation campaign throughout the month of September. Using your My Rewards Plus app at participating Pilot Flying J and 19 Travel Centers, you can take advantage of several different promotions right now. 3 free drinks. That would be like a Pilot coffee, fountain drinks, and select cooler beverages. 3 weekly here in September. discounts on certain snack items, extra discounts on snacks in addition to the 10% military discount on food and beverages for military and veteran professional drivers. We feel like we're the home away from home for the drivers. We take seriously the opportunity to give them the best service we can. It's our chance to say thank you to these awesome professional drivers. All right, as far as the Road Warrior contest is concerned, you can find more information on their website. Pilots Driver Appreciation Month are available on the website as well. Vic is on board. What do you say, Vic?
Oh, not a whole lot of anything, but I was listening to that Georgia school shooting, and I enjoyed Rump's call because he was pointing out the home life of a lot of these people. And some kids have been sent to reform school, and they've actually turned out pretty good in life. Of course, the two most spectacular failures that we know about was Charles Manson. He was actually, I believe, from Cincinnati, somehow wound up in the Indiana school for reform school for boys and escaped. And I guess he was such a headache that when they kind of caught him again somewhere out west, Indiana said they didn't want him back. And we know how that all turned out with these. And so then, and the other spectacular failure was Lee Harvey Oswald. And when you look at their home life, so these are individual kids with individual characteristics and home life and everything else. And what bugs me is Obama put this policy in place saying that too many kids were getting in trouble at school and going directly to jail. So I believe that he had a guy from Chicago that tried to institute something to reform these kids whenever they got in trouble or do something. I remember the school shooter in Florida. I believe he was one of those projects, I guess you could call, because I believe the superintendent of someone had actually came down from Chicago to superintendent of that school, and everybody knew he wasn't even supposed to be on the grounds, but they kind of ignored him. But all that being said, here's my problem. The minute a school shooting comes out and schools aren't very disciplined anymore, immediately the Democrat says, well, we need gun control. I don't care what the kid's background was or anything. They've got the solution is gun control. And that's what bugs me, because they'll bring up the Second Amendment, and in that Second Amendment, it says a well-ordered militia. Well, to pick on Waltz a little bit more, he was governor of Minneapolis when they had George Floyd riots. He did not call out a well-ordered militia. So now then, what are the citizens supposed to do? Are they supposed to just be unarmed, or while they wait on the well-ordered militia, or should they have their own protection? And that was what really the press and everybody else immediately jumps on to. We need to sue gun manufacturers and just do away with the guns in the hands of civilians. And there are a world of truck drivers out there that they're allowed to carry, but a lot of companies won't let them carry, but they carry many times anyway. And I don't know. I mean, I never did. I never did carry at any time for any reason anyway. But let me tell you, there are places that trucking companies will send you at 3 o'clock in the morning that aren't the best of places to be, and people know you have a cargo that they would like to have. So I was just thinking about this whole thing. I mean, the Democrats wasted no time at all this afternoon talking about gun control, and that was my main point. And like I said, listen to Grump's call. I could tell you war stories about foster kids that would shock you. Well, I mean, one particular, I real quick that her family wasn't treating her well. Basically, they were treating her like a dog. Foster kids took over. She said every foster home she went to, she was sexually molested. And the stories that she could tell you were unbelievable. And I guess it's been, time goes by so fast. But anyway, several years ago, the person that was over the Child Protective Services and all that here in Indiana in the foster service, she resigned and said somebody is going to get killed because the foster service is in such a sad state. And I think, excuse me, I think it wasn't more than about a month later and someone was. I forget the exact, but it was over basically child neglect. And it's the whole foster system needs re-looked at a whole lot, but they have so many kids that, especially with all this drug epidemic, that they really don't know what to do with it. But the main point I wanted to make is there are so many human interactions and everything else. You were mentioning that preacher that they shot up his house, and I was just thinking about, they just released that one manifesto of the whatever it was, transsexual, or that killed all those kids down there in that school in Tennessee. I don't know if that had anything to do with it or not, but there are just so many things going on right now, and somehow, some way, there are people that believe if they can get all the guns out of law-abiding citizens, it's going to solve all of the problems. Well, I'm sorry, but if you plan to murder a bunch of people, I don't think you're really worried whether you get a gun off the street, you make it, you steal it, or whatever.
Yep.
That is not going to be one of your concerns. And that was the only comment that I wanted to make there, Steve. So,
same argument we have every single time events like this unfold. Yep, the same debates. 18 before the hour. All right, we've cleared things out. Clear lines here on a Thursday morning. Jump on in at 844-844-3388. Couple of other tidbits from the southern border at this point. U.S. Customs and Border Patrol, they tell us, on high alert for an increase in cross-border violence in the form of retaliatory attacks after the arrest of a high-ranking member of the cartel Del Noreste, according to News Nation. Carlos Monsivius Trevino, the alleged co-leader of the cartel, was arrested Tuesday of this week in Nuevo Laredo by the National Guard and the Mexican Army. His apprehension, according to documents obtained by News Nation from the Laredo Sector Intelligence Unit, could lead to cross-border violence in the form of retaliatory attacks, they tell us. The memo, which does not name him, advises agents to exercise caution when dealing with military-aged, undocumented non-citizens along the border, as cartel combatants may attempt to flee into the U.S. This particular cartel broke off from the infamous Los Zetas cartel. Trevino, according to the reports, was in charge of organizing kidnappings, extortions, drug and migrant trafficking. So another big name apprehended there at the southern border. Meanwhile, on this side, the U.S. Army, are you surprised we are at the smallest size since pre-World War II, after being one of 3 major military services to miss their recruiting goals last year. The Army has failed to meet their recruiting goals for the last 2 years, missed their 2023 target by 10,000 soldiers, a 20% shortfall. The active duty Army currently has 445,000 soldiers, 41,000 less than we had in 2021. We are at the smallest the Army's been since 1940. The Army, nearly 20,000 members short of the target they hope to hit by the end of the decade, according to Yahoo News. The Navy and Air Force also missed their recruiting goals last year, when the Marine Corps was the only service who actually achieved its targets. The smaller Space Force also met their recruiting goals. The Marines were helped by restructuring that required nearly 19,000 fewer active duty and selected reserve slots to be filled compared to 2020. Adding to the concerns about the size of the U.S. military's active force is our struggle to build reserve components. The National Guard and Reserves has been shrinking since 2020. The Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve, each missing their recruiting targets by 30%, and the Army Reserve fell more than 5,000 short of their goal of recruiting 14,650 new soldiers. The Navy Reserve missed their enlisted and officer targets by 35 and 40% respectively. Back in April, the Army and Air Force said they're on track to meet their recruiting goals this year, reversing previous shortfalls using a swath of new programs and some policy changes. The Navy, while improving, expected once again to fall short of their goals. Military.com reported in June that the Army's declining recruitment numbers are almost entirely attributed to the significant drop in male recruiting, as female enlistments have remained relatively flat. Male enlistments have dropped from 58,000 in 2013 to 37,700 in 2023. Meanwhile, female recruitment has been about 10,000 recruits annually. Of course, the U.S. did away with the draft 51 years ago, choosing to rely on the all-volunteer force. The AVF has fought wars. The all-volunteer force fought wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Neither of those was actually a victory. Now, Congress in recent months has considered automatically registering young men for selective service and making women eligible for the draft as well. That had been discussed. And some of the latest, missing those goals. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
we'll take a look at the tropics, which are very, very quiet at the moment. Following Ernesto back in mid-August, opportunities for tropical storms to form have been rather scarce. There are several areas that forecasters are monitoring for tropical development, maybe into mid-September, at least one of which will have an impact on the United States. AccuWeather's hurricane experts have been closely watching a slow-moving storm that meandered from the Gulf of Mexico to Texas over the Labor Day weekend. They've dubbed that a tropical rainstorm. The same tropical rainstorm has been trying to organize along the South Texas coast since Tuesday. Now, there are some concerns that this system could have enough time to evolve into a tropical depression or a named storm before pushing onshore along the central Gulf sometime late this week. Now, that time spent over the warm Gulf of Mexico waters will be limited, and they'll have a lot of wind shear to contend with, so may not be able to reach an official name designation. Another area, a few hundred miles off the mid-Atlantic coast, being watched closely into the end of the week. This system had an evident weak circulation in the cloud patterns. Wind shear was still strong over top. The storm may continue to hinder its escalation before moving onshore maybe Saturday in Atlantic Canada, they tell us. Then thousands of miles further south, patches of potential tropical trouble extend from just off the coast of Africa to the Caribbean. Two separate areas with a medium chance of development in the next 7 days. One of those medium risk areas over the central Atlantic may organize enough to become a tropical depression or storm between Friday and Sunday as it drifts west. The other medium risk area currently drifting westward across the Caribbean, not likely to organize and strengthen this week. However, it could escalate as it reaches the southwestern Gulf of Mexico sometime early next week. Should this upcoming southwestern Gulf feature become a tropical depression or storm next week, it'll be a question of the steering breezes at the time. They may direct it westward into Mexico, or perhaps allow it to drift northward and enter the bathtub of warm water over the central Gulf. Another area with risk of developments being tracked as it travels to the northeast of the Caribbean from late this week and through the weekend. Forecast for potential development on that one is also listed as low. So it's been quite unusual how quiet things have been in recent weeks. See what, Senor Heatwave, good morning.
Oh, good morning again, Senor. Thank you for taking me back. Yeah, the goals, recruiting goals, it is a shame that it is down that low. But there's a couple of reasons. One, a lot of the kids out there, and they are kids when they go in, they're out of shape.
Yeah.
They don't want to be the one to sacrifice for the better of others. They don't want to be a dead hero. They want to be able to run wild and free because someone else is taking care of them. Two, who wants to be in the service of someone who is weak and has shown a propensity for making wrong decisions that result in the deaths of a lot of American soldiers, i.e. the Afghanistan pullout? I mean, that was just horrendous. And being downgraded. I mean, it takes someone who's got thick skin and the idea that this is my country. If I don't protect it, who will? That kind of attitude. And, don't be putting down this diversity nonsense.
Yeah.
Saying, you're bad because you're a certain color or whatnot. No. When you're in the military, you are dependent upon your brethren. Whatever color they are, whatever creed they are, you are dependent on each other. The other thing that I think is a deterrent for a lot of people is the pay. Now, I know there's other folks that were in well before I was, but when I was an E1, a basic airman recruit, I think I was getting $670 a month. When I got out as an E4 sergeant, we called it Buck Sergeant there in the Air Force, I was getting $1,330 a month. Plus, I lived off base, so I was getting housing and rations. It wasn't much. Today, I understand that a basic, an E1, that's what they're getting now, is $1,330 a month. It might have gone up a little bit, but it ain't much. The pay is just not where it should be for a young airman or a young family to live on. Now, I'm sure there are other gentlemen and ladies out there who have been in the service like me. I would be more than happy to get back into it. I'll be 58 December. Of course, I'm out of shape. I got a few medical issues, diabetes, high blood pressure. But I think those could be remedied via exercise and a workout regimen. But I mean, if you're not going to be supported by the generals and higher ups above them, why would anybody want to be in the service? Why would anybody want to be ridiculed? So, I think that has a lot to do with it. And if Trump wins, I think a lot more kids will want to get into the service because they know Trump was pro-military, and he made it to where you didn't have to worry about going to war.
Can't help but wonder how much leadership, how much does the commander-in-chief play a role in military recruitment? That is a good question.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight
From
Drive.
Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. The FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in the mass shooting at the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. Tony Waterman has the latest.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. London announced the suspension this week of 30 arms export licenses to Israel over concerns they could be used in violations of international law. It provoked an angry response from some Israeli politicians, and it was reported the move also concerned figures in the Biden administration in Washington. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy says he's discussed it with the US Secretary of State.
I have spoken to Tony Blinken about this matter. I don't recognise at all what is being said. Not at all. That's just not the case. What the Americans have said, and they've said this on the record, is that they totally respect and understand our legal regime here.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says China is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. This as more than 50 African leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attend this week's Africa-China Forum. African leaders secured major deals for deeper cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts.
Volvo is dumping its plan to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. The carmaker says market conditions, including slower demand than expected, have changed its targets, and it expects to still be selling hybrid vehicles by the end of the decade. That's the latest Feature Story News. Ollie Barrett reporting.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. Today, the new British government of Prime Minister Keir Starmer is coming under renewed pressure to take more action over the issue of migrants putting their lives at risk by taking small boats from France across the English Channel. On Tuesday, 12 migrants, including some children, died in the deadliest incident in the Channel since 2021. The bottom of the boat in which they were travelling ripped apart in the waters off northwestern France. Governments on both sides of the waterway blamed human traffickers. Gunesh Kalkan heads campaigns at Safe Passage, a group fighting for a compassionate refugee system.
Far too many children, women and men have already lost their lives this year. These are the horrific human consequences of not having safe routes for refugees to be able to come and find safety in the UK. And without those safe alternatives, people who are fleeing war, who are fleeing persecution, will continue to make this dangerous journey at the hand of smugglers because they simply don't have another choice. We can't accept the government's refusal to open new safe routes. And what we need to see now is a new approach that focuses on opening those routes.
The British government says it's planning to create a border security command to police the Channel and crack down on the illegal trafficking gangs. But 2 months after that initiative was unveiled, no head of the new authority has yet been appointed. I'm Simon Marks.
To recap the top stories, the FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people in a shooting at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. Chinese President Xi Jinping says China's ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. and Volvo is dumping its plans to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. That's the latest Feature Story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour underway. What do we have? I shared Dave's comments earlier, and there was, I guess, what, a couple of follow-ups there. Yeah, Grump was one. Yeah, he's the one that cited more parents need to put a boot to the kid's derriere, if you know what I mean. Yeah, the old spare the rod, spoil the child sort of thing. Yeah, which, that was biblical. He responded, he said, I can see some folks were maybe triggered by my comment. They took it to the extreme. I didn't mean to have your kids drawn and quartered. I meant parents need to be held accountable to raise their own children. That includes teaching them discipline. Too many parents nowadays don't have the discipline to do what's right because they feel it's too hard. Yeah, raising kids right takes hard work. It takes love and commitment. It means giving them the means to cope with the ups and downs of this world. Prepare your kids for this world. Give them a solid foundation to stand on. Yeah, for those times when the parents are not enough, teach the kids to rely on God. They need to know they can turn to Him and that He's real. And by the way, if you feel like, well, he used the word beating. I wouldn't say, if you think spanking your kids is bad, well, ignoring them is just as bad. You know, it is difficult bringing up kids, and I dealt with a very, very son that I'm so proud of how he turned out. But I mean, you talk about a belligerent child. When I tried, you attempted to put him over your knee and put it where it hurts on his ass. I mean, he'd be the kind of kid that would turn around and try to kick you, bite you, spit in your face. It's just, I'm lucky he turned out the way he did, right? It's just, and you know what? Joining the military, I think that was one of the greatest things where he learned the discipline thing. I mean, he had come a long way before then, but yeah, as a little boy, 5, 6, 7 years old, he was a hellraiser. On to the Philadelphia area. Hello, Philly Dan. They did it again. Several pallets of expensive seafood. The latest theft from the back of a parked semi-truck in Philadelphia. This happened just over 24 hours ago. It was about 3:30 in the morning, Wednesday morning, this past morning, at 7th Street and Packer Avenue in Philadelphia. According to 6ABC, 6 men wearing all black with masks broke into the parked rig, stealing 3 pallets of crab meat. The men loaded 3 separate vehicles with the seafood, took off in different directions. 2 went north on 7th, 1 went south. So this is just the latest in a string of meat thefts in the area. From CDL Life, that's all the info they had in regards to that. Then we had the truck driver accused of intentionally running over a Utah police officer earlier this year. They tell us plans to claim the incident was unintentional. According to his attorneys, truck driver Michael Jane appeared in court on Tuesday of this week for a status hearing to address the logistics of the case regarding the incident in May. Jane is facing 9 felony charges, including aggravated murder, and may actually face the death penalty. He walked into his recent court appearance, marking a stark difference from his last appearance, where he used a wheelchair and breathing apparatus. His attorney said that the death of Sergeant Bill Hoosier was not intentional. Jane feels remorse for the incident. They plan to use that strategy to argue against the death penalty in court. His attorney said, "We're doing everything we can to investigate the case thoroughly. As we know, semi-trucks are not sports cars. All that weight, once the tractor is in motion, very difficult to control and stop. That's what we've been spending our time consulting with and looking into, retaining experts to analyze the situation so we can get a clear picture of what really happened." His next status hearing is scheduled for November the 13th. But no, this guy, he turned around and made a beeline. Supposedly he was having a paranoid episode, and he plowed down that officer. Not an accident in my mind. Hello, Sasquatch.
Hey, how you doing this morning?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Oh, not too bad. Big day, hard day, but got to feed America, so I guess we got to do what we got to do.
Yes, sir.
The shooting in Georgia several years ago, I worked with at-risk children in my local community with horses, stuff like that. At one time, I could quote you the numbers, but it used to take 2.5 incomes to raise a family of 4. And 50 years before that, mom could stay home and could take care of stuff. As we've progressed, irregardless of what the economy is now, people struggled to make ends meet 20 years ago. Didn't matter who was in office, they still struggled.
Mm-hmm.
Especially single moms, single dads, okay, all that. A lot of it, like the one gentleman that was a police officer and all that, I agree with him. A lot of issues have come up because 2 generations before us didn't teach the kids, hey, if you want to play, you got to pay. And obviously, a child rearing up, and they want to stick, the parents got to work, or they don't work, or they don't teach the ethics. And this, I can prove this, but one of the young men that I had was 7 years old and was a double felon.
Wow.
7 years old. He set his mom's house on fire and burned it to the ground and stabbed another child with a pencil multiple times at a school. Okay? All he need, and I'm not saying that the kid was right, because he wasn't. Okay, as far as doing those. But all he needed was attention, structured attention. The parents don't do that anymore. And us older guys that do that, to put the structure in there, whether you end up busting them across the butt or not, you still have to have that structure, and it's not there. It's not there at all. And I did those classes probably 15 years ago, and it was through a local facility, whatever, but the kids learned responsibility, and they had a lot of fun with that. And that young man is, even though he still has that on his record, he has turned out to be, I don't want to say he's an upstanding citizen, but he's not causing any more issues or problems or stuff like that. He turned out to be a halfway decent citizen. But most of it is just the parents you can't say that it's the parents, it's the grandparents' fault. It's today's society that put that in there. I want to know about the boy in Georgia. What PlayStation games does he have, or any of the others, that shows that it's okay to go do things like that? What was it? I think it was 4 or 5 years ago, West Liberty, Ohio. A little rural community, okay?
Yeah.
8 miles from my house. Kid goes in and shoots 2 or 3 kids, okay? Chaos in the community. How did he do all this? Well, he didn't have any structure, okay? It hit home. Now, I'm glad the kid give up, okay? I'm glad that he didn't get shot, and because the officer to respond to that, I would not want to have to be him, knowing that if turned this pistol, rifle, whatever he had, on me, I'm going home before he is. Okay? Try to deal with that. And so I'm glad that it didn't happen, but I also wish that we didn't have to, the next 2 generations, have to pay for this young man's incarceration.
Yeah.
Not his fault, but United States has the most number of people incarcerated in the entire world. Because a lot of people think that they're privileged or entitled to whatever they think they can have. And, you know, it's been about a year ago, I backed out of my driveway and a guy run right up there and got out of his car and wanted to know why I backed out in front of him, and he was 2 blocks away. And he was yelling and screaming and carrying on, acting like, you know, whatever. Okay. Well, he didn't figure the crazy old man would do anything. And his wife turned around and looked at him and said, "You might want to get back in the car, husband, because if he don't whoop you, he's going to shoot you." I didn't have a gun, but it looked like I did. But that's the kind of generations that's coming up that we get this. And we get these shootings. And I blame it on a lot of the society and the people able to do that. The games that they can play, that they can buy. Okay. We're now, even the news, we watch it in our generation, and we understand what's going on when we see a military team go in somewhere. Explain that to a 10 or 12-year-old what they're doing. And all he can see on there is, you got a group of guys with a bunch of guns going in and shooting people. Well, if that guy did it, why can't I do it?
Yeah.
And when you don't have the parent or the discipline to explain that, we end up with these. according to what I heard, 45 school shootings this year alone in the United States. That's about 45 too many. And if everybody has the answer on what to do, okay?
Yep.
Let's just throw everybody in the melting pot on that for a minute, okay? From the Democrats to the Republicans to goofy guys at 20 after 4 in the morning driving across Michigan delivering groceries. If we all got those ideas, why do we still have those? Why do we still have those even after Columbine, which was the big one?
The one that kind of started it all, yeah. Yep.
Right. Why, you know, so
with all that has been done, with all the changes that have been made, and this obviously 24 hours hasn't even passed. Yeah, we'll be learning more, and yet questions of how was he able to actually get that gun, unnoticed into the school. I think I mentioned earlier, I'm just suspecting, they said he was in the class, was allowed to either go to the restroom or for whatever reason leave the class. I just have a sneaky suspicion we'll find out he probably propped a door open, going out of a side door or a back door, something that's not closely monitored, and was able to retrieve the weapon either from a vehicle or somewhere he had it stashed and made his way back in, because when he went back to knocking on the door to get back in the classroom, thank goodness, I suppose, for the children in that class, the one that went to open the door noticed he had a gun and didn't open it. And he was, we'll find out, did he knock on the next classroom door, or was that door not locked or propped open? All this information is going to be coming out. And then, of course, the whole discussion of his background, troubled child. Roki said it was posted by an aunt of his that his mother is a meth addict, something of that nature. History of domestic violence. So much more to be learned. But with every incident occurs, I'd like to think we're making some progress, some forward progress in trying to prevent the next event. I don't know that there is any sort of a perfect solution. But we'll pick up there right after this.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer signups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Docs Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, if you don't have DirecTV, you probably aren't even aware. But for those who do, you're well aware, especially if you were trying to tune into some of the major sporting events over the past weekend. There is an ongoing dispute between DirecTV and the Walt Disney Company, which may prevent over 11 million households from being able to tune into the first presidential debate between Trump and Harris. They are disputing the company's carriage agreement terms, which expired on September 1. As a result, DirecTV subscribers cannot access networks such as ESPN, FX, and ABC. Now, of course, which are hosting the presidential debate on next Thursday. DirecTV currently has over 11.3 million subscribers here, which means millions would not be able to watch the debate if they do not come up with some sort of a deal, or ABC decides not to stream the debate on their official website. DirecTV CEO doesn't seem in much of a rush to make a deal and said in regards to the recent negotiations with Disney, we're not playing a short-term game. The ongoing fight means potentially millions of households won't be able to watch next week's presidential debate, as ABC is a Disney-owned network, is currently blacked out to DirecTV subscribers. They've been feuding over the terms of their carriage agreement, which expired at the first of the month. So no Disney-owned channels, ABC, ESPN, FX, many others. While negotiations were believed to be ongoing, there were no active discussions as recently as this past day, according to unnamed sources who spoke to Deadline. Forbes estimates that the Trump-Harris first presidential debate will set record numbers as far as those tuning in, even despite the potential blackout on DirecTV. To date, the most watched presidential debate in American history was between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. Back in September of 2016, that debate garnered 84 million views. And yes, with the country as it is, divided as it is, I would suspect interest in this Donald Trump-Kamala Harris debate will be massive. All right, police in Michigan are going to be able to send safety and enforcement messages directly to truckers through your in-cab electronic logging devices. August 28th, the Michigan State Police Commercial Vehicle Enforcement Division announced a partnership with DriveWise Incorporated that will enable MSP to send alerts to the ELDs of trucks that have opted into the Smart Roadways system. We'll give you more on that. Coming up first, we got to get a news break, and it's 844-844-3388.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Ollie Barrett. The FBI says a 14-year-old boy accused of killing 4 people at a school in Georgia was known to authorities. 2 students and 2 teachers were killed in the mass shooting at the Appalachia High School in Winder, Georgia. Tony Waterman has the latest.
Besides the 4 people killed, officials say 9 others have been hospitalized. The suspected shooter is a 14-year-old male student who authorities say will be charged with murder and tried as an adult. That means he could face the death penalty. Police say they received calls of an active shooter around 10:20 a.m. local time on Wednesday and responded within minutes. Officials say the suspect surrendered immediately. Classes at the school have been canceled for the rest of the week, and grief counselors will be available for students.
The UK government's denying there's a rift with Washington over the suspension of some arms exports to Israel. London announced the suspension this week of 30 arms export licenses to Israel over concerns they could be used in violations of international law. It provoked an angry response from some Israeli politicians, and it was reported the move also concerned figures in the Biden administration in Washington. The UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy says he's discussed it with the US Secretary of State.
I have spoken to Tony Blinken about this matter. I don't recognise at all what is being said. Not at all. That's just not the case. What the Americans have said, and they've said this on the record, is that they totally respect and understand our legal regime here.
Chinese President Xi Jinping says China is ready to deepen cooperation with Africa in infrastructure and trade. This as more than 50 African leaders and UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres attend this week's Africa-China Forum. African leaders secured major deals for deeper cooperation in infrastructure, agriculture, mining, trade and energy at China's biggest summit in years. Laura Westbrook reports from Hong Kong.
In his speech, the Chinese leader blamed Western countries for bringing pain to many countries, saying China and African nations are working together to rectify this historical injustice. Bilateral meetings delivered a slew of deals on projects from railway to solar panels to avocados. China has risen to become Africa's largest trading partner. China has furnished African countries with billions in loans that have helped build infrastructure, but also stoked criticism it was saddling governments with unsustainable debts.
Volvo is dumping its plan to only produce electric vehicles by 2030. The carmaker says market conditions, including slower demand than expected, have changed its targets, and it expects to still be selling hybrid vehicles by the end of the decade. That's the latest feature story news. Ollie Barrett reporting.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, and we'll get back with the rest of the story on Michigan. Direct messages from law enforcement to your ELD. Is that the future? First, we get to Knuckle Buster. What kind of baloney you got?
Oh, man, that's been a good day, Steve. Well, I don't know about them sending me no messages, because they can just keep their messages to themselves up there in Michigan. I'm not going up there.
Okay.
Too cold for me. Yep. So, anyway, what do you think the percentage of people that make less minimum wage or less is in this country? You know, they always talking about wanting to raise the minimum wage there. So I had Tennessee guess at it today, and she missed it by a long shot.
How many Americans make less than minimum wage?
Well, minimum wage or less. What percentage you think it is, Steve?
25.
This ain't no joke. This ain't no. Oh, but you missed it worse than Tennessee. Try
Okay.
1.8%. 1.8%, and that's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that make minimum wage or less in this country today. So, and you know, they're always talking about wanting to raise the minimum wage. So, most people are already making more than minimum wage there.
Okay.
I know out in California, what they raise it up to out there, $20 an hour?
$20 for the fast food workers, correct.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I won't buy no hamburger out there. Well, I believe that Scarecrow, doesn't he like the Oak Ridge Boys?
I think so.
Yeah, well, they're putting out a new album, Steve, called Mama's Boys. Due to release October the 25th. He'll have to get him a new album out of there. I don't know if it included Joe Bonzel or not. You know,
Yeah, because he just passed away here a few weeks ago. Yeah, so unless they had something in the can from the recording studios. Wasn't he like the lead vocal guy?
Yeah, he was their tenor singer. Lead guy is Dwayne Allen.
Okay.
And then you got baritone is William Lee Golden. And then that guy that used to sing with Elvis there, but does that real deep bass there, is Richard Turbin there. Well, the first single from the new album, I Thought About You, Lord, was written by Willie Nelson. And Willie will be joining the Oak Ridge Boys on the second verse for the rest of the song. And it's out now, but I couldn't find it on iTunes. But anyway, that was their news for today. Well, what can a dentist say to you that a gynecologist couldn't say?
And I'm not. I don't have time to think about
don't
it.
Answer.
I'm right. I'll get in
don't
trouble.
Answer that. Don't answer that. I will for you. Open wide.
Oh,
all right, that's all my
boy.
bull on it for today.
Okay. It is 844-844. I knew it would be something. All right. I did a quick search there. I mean, I didn't. Honestly, I didn't know what the minimum wage is in this country. Apparently, it is still at $7.25 an hour minimum wage. Federal minimum wage in the U.S., $7.25 an hour, established by the Fair Labor Standards Act in 2009. Many states, obviously, have their own minimum wage laws, which can offer greater protection for employees. Tipped employees requires the total of wages and tips to be at least $7.25 an hour. Youth under the age of 20 allows employers to pay $4.25 an hour for the first 90 days of their employment. Wow. Workers with disabilities, there's various minimum wage exceptions. Student learners, various minimum wage exceptions. But $7.25 an hour, yeah, what the hell? It's you can't even buy a Big Mac for an hour's labor, right? How many people earn $7.25 an hour in 2022? I guess the latest year of numbers are available. 1.02 million hourly workers, or 1.3% of hourly workers earned at or below federal minimum wage. 1.3%. obviously that's because most states are, even fast food joints now. You're going to make, $12, $15 an hour flipping burgers at McDonald's or working the drive-through window. Who's actually making $7.25 an hour? Maybe some of the field workers, the laborers, picking the corn and picking the crops and things of that nature, all right, the imported labor. Good morning, Scarecrow.
Steve, you don't suppose they're going to try and slip in a new rendition of Elvira in that album now, do you?
Nothing could ever top the original. Papa Mau Mau.
I suppose I think we're opening ourselves up to the Knucklebuster version tomorrow night there. What do you think? Oh, man. Ain't that something to look forward to? Steve, listening to the program tonight now, when I had a moment earlier, I started thinking about that phrase going postal. And it's been around for quite a while. So I did a little research there, and the first time that phrase was ever used, Steve, was in 93. Now that's quite a stretch back. Think about it. There's been a lot of nastiness that has taken place in both industry and our school system and such. And those postal shootings, I think they originated in 86. That's where it progressed from. But school shootings, Steve, it kind of, our same article reflected back. You can go back to the late 1800s, and they started taking place. The only difference is the frequency and the age of the shooters today. But and they weren't just individual shootings. There were some referred to as massacres and such. But listening to Sasquatch there, I can identify with a lot of what he had to say there, Steve. Now, I've shared in the past, my bride, she's been involved with child care for 40 plus years. She doesn't have a college education in child care, but she has a hands-on real world exposure, and she can pretty much diagnose which child is going to be a handful once he moves into the school system and such. And now Sasquatch is right. There's a lot of outside influences taking place. And, the family circle, that is a big issue, a big problem there. And the lack of love within the household, Steve. You wouldn't believe how many times through the years that she has made note of these kids come into the center. They come running, their arms open, looking for love, looking for attention. It's something that's missing, in the child's life, early childhood, and that progresses on to in the latter years. We've talked in the past. Now there's others that are going to say, "Oh, this gaming and whatnot." That's not the issue. Well, we don't know the mindset of the given child or young adult. That is playing the games. It's going to have an impact. But one thing that she really is against is, all these drugs that are being pumped into the kids' systems from the young age today. It just so alters the abilities of that child to carry on normally, and as we would call normal, through our years and raising our kids and such. That it's not a pleasant world for kids growing up today. But I think it was last year there was a school shooting, and she made note. She has a child right at that moment, 4 years old, said he's going to be a future shooter. You just literally, there's kids, Steve, that you can see evil in their eye. You can truly see the devil there. That sounds cruel talking about kids, but they'll enter the public school system and they'll get passed on. The system is not there to handle, as Sasquatch was talking about. So yeah, there is just nastiness out there. We certainly don't have the answers for it. Now, it came up earlier. Yeah, the gun control lobby is going to be beating that drum again, and we know that Kamala, she wants to revisit the Second Amendment if she gets in there, and maybe a little lesser known too, but she also wants to revisit the First Amendment. And now we've kind of talked about the media and such, and she made it known in a speech. I don't know how far back this was. This may have been when she was still in California, but no, she said there needs to be more control for the government to be able to, put a cap on some of this free will, language and opinions and speech that is out there. Well, Steve, she wants to strengthen exactly what the Constitution, what the First Amendment is there to block, and that's the government interference in our ability to express ourselves and such. So, yeah, I guess, this gets a little bit away from tonight's primary subject, but it's still another issue that it's going to be there, and it's going to rear its ugly head, if she does enter office. So, let's see. I got a couple other things, but we're going to save them for Casual Friday there, Steve. So we'll let maybe another caller or two have some airtime here.
Very good. All right.
Again tomorrow there, bud.
Thank you much. Yeah, hard to believe Casual Friday already upon us. So the rest of the story, Michigan, real quick, messages from law enforcement. Officials said they intend to use the system to send safety alerts regarding roadway hazards or enforcement operations direct to commercial drivers to allow them to slow down or otherwise prepare for what may lie ahead. I think that's a good idea. The safety-centric messages will be no more than 25 characters in length and will appear in large letters on a bright yellow background on the truck's ELD. The messages can also be geo-targeted, allowing officials to tailor the messages to just a specific area. Safer commercial drivers make for safer roadways for all users. According to one inspector with the Michigan State Police, with continued education and enforcement, digital messaging direct to commercial drivers is another way that our motor carrier officials can work to increase traffic safety. Not all commercial vehicles traversing the state will receive the safety and enforcement messages. More is toward landline. The carriers have to opt in to the Safe Roads system to receive the messages. Michigan apparently now joins a handful of other states, including Arkansas, Delaware, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Texas, to begin using that alert system. Morris said the success in those states was the driving force behind Michigan opting to actually adopt this system. We can reach truck drivers, communicate with them without it having to be, in the case of a traffic stop, at that point they're already done. They've already done something wrong. The hope is this can be more proactive. I said some of the messages would include warnings of construction or enforcement zones, cautions about bridges with low clearance, tips on correct driving behavior. Future plans for the system include providing information during heavy driving holidays and possible roadway hazards. In addition to alerting drivers, the system can provide data to help Michigan State Police gain a better understanding of enforcement efforts. Data from commercial vehicles officials can analyze, vehicle speeds and hard braking events to determine how many vehicles reduce their speed as a result of the alert system. That sounds like it would have to be a two-way communication. According to research from DriveWise, about 25% of drivers slow down within 30 seconds of receiving an alert. Very interesting. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right. Hello, Gilligan. What's happening this Thursday?
Oh, not much, Steve. Just driving up 81, eating my Reezy cups. You know how it is. Hey, I sent you a story there just a couple minutes ago, and it's crying shame. There was a guy with a F-750 loaded down, went through a bridge up in Maine. It was one of them old covered bridges. Have you got that yet?
I'm looking. I see the story here before me from the Drive, yes.
Yeah, that's a sad state of affairs. It's amazing how people don't, you can't, you got to be able to read the side. From what I remember reading the story, and it was like a 3-ton weight limit on that bridge.
Okay.
People like that don't even think about how much weight there is there. The average 3/4 ton pickup now weighs over 3 tons. That's over 6,000 pounds. My 1/2 ton pickup weighs close to that.
it's a crying shame these historic bridges and stuff are getting destroyed by people that just flat out either don't pay attention or don't care. I think if I read the story right, because I read it last night, so it's still not exactly fresh in my memory, that he thought he could get across it without any problem, even though he was loaded down. And I don't get people like that. Just don't make any sense. And look at what now. They've got a historic bridge that the whole floor is knocked out of. Well, I'm going to touch on this thing with the minimum wage. I wonder, according to Sundance, most of us truck drivers are being paid minimum wage. When you stop and think of how many hours we work,
right?
You know, I don't fit that bill, but look at, according to that, I mean, they had probably 500,000 to 1 million of them. According to Sundance, they're under minimum wage, so the numbers are skewed there. So, you know, got to add about 1 million people to that one. All right, on a serious note, now, this school shooting situation, you know, I've been hearing that, you know, if they bring back the rod, you know, the spank belt and stuff like that, that does help in some cases, but it's not always the answer to every child.
There is no one size fits all. Yes.
I have a great, as good an example as you can get of that, I believe. He never did anything violent to say, but not to speak of. My aunt married a man when I was a little kid when she got married. Her husband had a son by a previous marriage. This boy, he was pretty well badly behaving, you know, but he literally almost went to jail for abusing this child. I mean, they literally left marks. I don't understand what kept him out of jail. He belonged in jail for the way he was abusing that kid. And he's been in trouble. I mean, from school, he's been in and out of jail. So I think about as long as he's been out of school.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I got about 30 seconds left, Gilligan.
Yeah, well, you know my stance on gun control. I mean, I've got a good size gun collection. Yes, I do have 4 AR-type weapons in that gun safe of mine. And, yeah, people say keep them locked up, but, you know, you got to have access to your guns, too. So if somebody breaks into the house.
Right.
But then again,
so you can respond accordingly. I get you. Hey, we are out of time, though. Come back at the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. We'll kick off our Casual Friday.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I